Chapter 1142. Also, I need monthly tickets and subscriptions. That's the power of the 6 Tao. Demon Flame Kingdom's Royal Palace. Another human is slaughtering my demon tribe? Didn't that human die in the devouring devil forbidden land? The Demon Flame General suddenly had a bad feeling, so he stepped forward and asked the Demon Flame King to move. The Demon Flame King naturally agreed. Another huge demon dragon spread its wings, carrying the Demon Flame General and his 6 demon emperors. As for the Demon Flying Bat demon guards, they didn't move this time. When the Demon Flame General and his 6 demon emperors left the Demon Flame Kingdom's royal capital, Chernzong was slaughtering the 5th demon tribe, killing countless demons. His murderous aura filled the air, almost condensing into a substance. It was terrifying to the extreme. After entering the Earth Demon Abyss, Chernzong's sword had killed more than 100,000 devils, and even more than 150,000 devils. He had also killed more than 10,000 devils. If this news were to spread out, who knew how many people would be shocked? Killing one was a crime, killing 10,000 was a hero, and killing 9 million was a hero among heroes. He collected another 100 blood beads, but it was still not enough for Chernzong. If he wanted to break through from the peak of the 8th level to the 9th level of the Dragon Power Realm, he needed more blood beads. In front of Chernzong was a demon emperor, the demon emperor of this large tribe, a beast demon emperor, a low-level demon emperor. Chernzong didn't use the power of the Scarlet Flame sharp sword, but approached the low-level demon emperor and slashed out. This demon emperor was a beast demon emperor, and he was best at close combat. He slashed out with his huge blade, but Chernzong dodged and slashed out with his sword. In close combat, Chernzong used his dragon power to make his sword move faster and fiercer. The purple cloud black star flame swept out and instantly broke the defense of the beast demon emperor, killing him. In front of the terrifying power of the purple cloud black star flame, the low-level demon emperor was no longer Chernzong's opponent. After killing him, he condensed blood beads. He took out a pill and consumed it to recover his exhausted strength, allowing himself to reach the peak. Chernzong's sharp senses told him that danger was approaching. However, Chernzong did not run away. Instead, he waited where he was. The gigantic figure of a demonic dragon appeared. It was very familiar. Chernzong stared at the sky. He could vaguely see the 7 silhouettes on the back of the demonic dragon. His tone was sharp as he said, "Great. I'll use your blood essence to make blood orbs and help me break through to Dragon Power Tier 9. The Demon Flame General and the 6 Demon Emperors' sharp gazes pierced through time and space and landed on Chernzong's face. They were all stunned and inexplicably horrified. Wasn't this human the one who had accidentally entered the devouring forbidden grounds after being chased by them? Since ancient times, many demon emperors had entered the devouring devil forbidden land. However, almost all of them had died inside. Even if they had made it out alive, they would have died soon after. What capabilities did a mere human have to be able to walk out of the devil-devouring forbidden grounds alive? Was it because the other party was a human? Many thoughts flashed through the Demon Flame General's mind. Immediately, the Demon Flame General decided to capture this human alive and interrogate him about his experience in the devouring forbidden land. For a long time, the mysteries of the devouring forbidden land had piqued the curiosity of many powerful demon emperors. However, they were incomparably fearful and did not dare to explore it. Now that there was a human who had entered and made it out alive, they naturally had to capture him and interrogate him. Their gazes collided in the void. Extremely terrifying murderous auras surged and danced like evil dragons. The Demon Flame General and his 6 demon emperors were shocked. Who knew how many demon emperors had been killed to possess such murderous aura? Immediately they were extremely furious. A human had actually slaughtered so many demon emperors. This was unforgivable. After his strength had fully recovered, Chernzong stomped his feet and unleashed his dragon power. His entire body surged into the sky like a meteor. His speed was as fast as lightning. This time, not only did Chen Zong not turn and run, but he took the initiative to attack. This shocked the Demon Flame General and his 6 Demon Emperors. In an instant, Chen Zong approached the Demon Dragon. The huge Demon Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a jet-black dragon breath like magma from a volcanic eruption. Heat waves rolled and burned everything. The power of this dragon breath was astonishing. Even a low-level Demon Emperor would not dare to face it head-on. However, Chen Zong did not dodge and slashed out with his sword. The sword light tore through the sky and at the same time split the black dragon breath in half. It went against the flow with irresistible force. With a thought, the power of the crimson flame sword erupted. The golden flame streamer was like a meteor across the sky and blasted towards the Demon Dragon. The Demon Dragon was huge, and had completely reached the limit of high-level Demon Emperors. Coupled with its extraordinary bloodline and huge body, if it was refined into a blood bead, the power contained in the blood bead would definitely be more majestic than that of an ordinary low-level Demon Emperor. This would be very helpful for Chen Zong to improve his body refining cultivation. Even though the demonic dragon wasn't an emperor, it was still the mount of the Devil Flame General. It was also where his face was. If it was killed by a human, he would be utterly humiliated as the general of the Devil Flame country. Moreover, the demon dragon's bloodline was extraordinary. If it broke through to the Thearcranked realm, even if it was a low-level demon emperor, its power would be enough to defeat most demon emperors. It could definitely become his powerful arm. The demon dragon could not die. Instantly, the Demon Flame General struck with his spear. It pierced through the sky like a meteor chasing after the moon. The spear was like a dragon, shattering the stars and the moon as it blasted towards Chen Zong's sword. The 6 demon emperors behind him struck at the same time. 6 saber lights tore through the sky and attacked. The demon dragon opened its mouth, and a ball of darkness kept rolling in its mouth. It grew bigger and bigger like a black sun, exuding extremely terrifying waves. This was the demon dragon's dragon breath, which was constantly being compressed and condensed. With a boom, that ball of black light was spat out from the demon dragon's mouth. That ball of black light was about a meter in diameter. To the demon dragon, it seemed very small. However, it contained extremely terrifying power. After releasing this attack, the demon dragon's aura also weakened a little. This attack was very taxing on the demon dragon. Its power was also very terrifying. Even if a low-level demon emperor was hit, it would definitely not feel good. At the very least, it would be injured. Instantly, Chen Zong faced many attacks. Every attack was very terrifying and could threaten his life. However, Chen Zong was not afraid. He skillfully controlled his sword with his heart. His body turned a few times in midair, avoiding the attack. Like a flash of lightning, he approached the huge demon dragon. 100 illusions cloud mist. 9 figures wielded their swords and charged towards the Demon Flame General and the 6 demon emperors. 1 figure wielded his sword and charged towards the demon dragon. This move was very mysterious. It was fake and real, real and fake, real and fake. Every sword attack carried extremely terrifying power and was unpredictable. Even the Demon Flame General did not dare to underestimate it. The demon dragon's body was huge, more than 200 meters. It was very shocking, but it could not block Chen Zong's sword attack. The extremely terrifying sword light pierced into the demon dragon's body and killed it directly. Demons were demons after all. They could not be compared to the Void Demon. If the Void Demon was 200 meters long, Chen Zong would have run as far as he could. The demon dragon let out a final cry. It was like an invisible blade had pierced into the Demon Flame General's heart, twisting violently. Rage. The Demon Flame General was completely enraged. He directly went berserk. He no longer had any thoughts of capturing a human alive to interrogate him about the devouring devil Forbidden Land. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this human and tear him into pieces. Boom! The spear shattered Chen Zong's illusion. It carried an extremely terrifying power, as if it could destroy heaven and earth. Black flames burned fiercely, covering the sky and the earth. The 6 demon emperors also unleashed their full strength. They did not show any mercy and instantly set up a fatal trap, trapping Chen Zong in the middle. He could only take the demon flame general's furious attack head-on. If it was before entering the devouring devil forbidden land, Chen Zong would not dare to take the demon flame general's furious attack head-on. He would be injured. But now, he was fearless. With a slash of his sword, the power of the red flame sword was maximized by Chen Zong. The tyrannical dragon power surged, causing Chen Zong's arms to swell and explode. The sword and spear collided in an instant. The tyrannical power seemed to have frozen time and space, forming a picture scroll that was fixed between heaven and earth. This picture did not last for more than a breath. Immediately, an extremely terrifying power exploded in all directions, destroying everything in the surroundings. The shocking power caused Chen Zong's figure to fly back in the air. His blood and chi were in turmoil, but his tyrannical physique completely withstood this power. On the other hand, the demon flame general was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Its spear was trembling and its face was solemn. This power was not pleasant. Although its physique was very strong, it still could not be compared to Chen Zong. Before the demon dragon could even fall to the ground, its huge body was torn into countless pieces by this terrifying power. Chen Zong opened his left hand and used the blood refinement technique. Immediately, all of the demon dragon's blood was absorbed. It was like 100 rivers returning to a stream. Streams of blood gathered in the center from all directions, condensing into a huge ball. It kept spinning and being purified. Finally, it was compressed to the size of a pigeon's egg. The color of this blood bead was extremely deep and dazzling. It contained an extremely majestic fluctuation of blood and chi. Chen Zong grabbed the blood bead and kept it into his storage ring. Seeing that not only was his mount killed, but it was also refined into a blood bead, the demonic flame general became even more furious. Pitch-black flames erupted from his body and soared up, completely enveloping the demonic flame general's body. It was like a demonic god in black flames, terrifying beyond compare. Boom! The demon flame general stabbed out with its spear. That spear instantly turned into thousands of spears, covering the sky and covering the earth. Every spear light could shatter the sun, moon, and stars. The 6 demon emperors hovered around, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They cooperated perfectly with the demon flame general, putting Chen Zong under great pressure. However, Chen Zong, who was stronger in body refinement, was not afraid at all. Fight. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. He wanted to kill these 7 demon emperors, absorb their blood essence, and refine it into a blood bead to help him break through to Dragon Power Realm Level 9. His dragon power had been purified by 4 times. If he wanted to break through, he would need even more power. Chen Zong had no idea if he would be able to break through to Dragon Power Level 9 if he killed the 7 demon lords and extracted their blood essence to refine the blood pearl as he wished. Regardless of whether he could break through or not, he had to kill them first. However, this high-level demon emperor was indeed very strong. In that case, he had to get rid of his helpers first. With that thought, Chen Zong immediately burst out with an astonishing speed and attacked a mid-level demon emperor. 100 illusions cloud. 9 figures appeared. 6 of them attacked the other demon emperors, and 3 of them attacked the mid-level demon emperor. Chapter 1143 / A low-level demon emperor was pierced through by the terrifying sword chi and died instantly. This low-level demon emperor was Chen Zong's real target. Creating a diversion. This was also the way of the sword. In an instant, Chen Zong had a new understanding. The way of the sword was between the real and the illusory, like the floating clouds in the sky, reflecting the foundation of the heart. For a time, Chernzong's comprehension of the Heart Sword Sutra deepened, and he grasped more of the way of the sword. He vaguely felt that he had seen through some kind of mystery, but he was still a hair away. This hair's breadth was like scratching an itch through clothes, and it was not satisfying enough. Chernzong was eager to cross this line. Chernzong's figure became more and more agile, and his sword became more and more agile. The second low-level demon emperor was killed. The demon flame general had 6 personal guards, 4 of them were low-level demon emperors, and 2 were mid-level demon emperors. They were his powerful arms. Now, Chernzong's actions were equivalent to cutting off the demon flame general's arms. Seeing that his personal guard was killed, the demon flame general was furious, and his aura became more and more terrifying. Every spear was like a falling meteor destroying the earth, but it could not hit Chernzong. Chernzong felt that the surroundings seemed to have turned into water, and he had become a fish in the water, like a fish in water, extremely carefree. Before all the attacks reached him, he sensed them in advance through the vibration of the air and easily avoided them. Swinging the sword. As if with the help of the gods, the sword light zigzagged and jumped in midair, as fast as lightning, as leisurely as a breeze. The third low-level demon emperor was killed. The fourth low-level demon emperor was killed. Only 2 mid-level demon emperors and the demon flame general were left. The 4 low-level demon emperors were all refined into blood beads by Chernzong and kept in the storage ring. Thousands of clouds surrounded in all directions, not from the earth demon abyss, but from Chernzong's body and Chernzong's sword. The sword rose from the clouds, and the sword fell from the clouds. Chernzong's figure also seemed to have turned into a wisp of cloud, pervading it, and inseparable. Where the cloud was, where was the body? Yundong's body moved as he pleased. The more he swung his sword, the more carefree he felt. At this moment, Chernzong completely grasped the essence of the upper part of the illusory cloud path and surpassed it. The profoundness of the Heart Sword Sutra was constantly being dug out by Chernzong, accumulating bit by bit. It disappeared. The enraged demonic flame general discovered that the human in front of him had disappeared, leaving behind only wisps of white mist. The long spear burned with black flames as it spun wildly, creating a terrifying storm of black flames that destroyed everything. The clouds in the surroundings were shattered, but after the clouds were shattered, they would instantly reform again. A wisp of cloud mist drifted, and a blurry figure flashed in front of a mid-level demon sovereign. With a flash of sword light, it was like a wisp of cloud mist pervading the air. The mid-class demon emperor was shocked and quickly slashed out with his saber. The saber slashed through the air, and the sword light passed through the saber light and pierced the mid-class demon emperor's heart. Sword chi strangled, and the blood refinement technique was executed. Following the same procedure, the second mid-level demon emperor died under his sword. Only the devil flame general was left. Damn human, come out and fight me to the death if you have the guts. The devil flame general exploded, completely losing his mind. The long spear danced wildly, but the power was incomparably terrifying. As he waved the long spear, he roared again and again. However, Chernzong did not pay any attention to him. He turned into wisps of mist and attacked from all directions. Hard and soft changes, as he wished. Chernzong also did not expect that this fearless battle would actually allow him to comprehend a deeper level of truth and understand more of the profoundness of the Heart Sword Sutra. However, this was also caused by his accumulation. Chernzong's cultivation had always focused on accumulation and a solid foundation. He had experienced countless battles and passed through the edge of life and death many times. When the opportunity came, it was like water flowing through a canal. Dragon's spear destroys the world. The furious devil flame general suddenly calmed down, as if all his anger had disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, he entered an indescribable state. In this state, the devil flame general could feel that his mind was incomparably clear, so clear that it scared him. The anger in his body did not disappear, but was instead controlled by himself. In this extreme state, His strength was completely unleashed, exceeding the limit. The dragon's roar was loud and earth-shaking. A pitch-black flame surged out of the Devil Flame General's body, and the Devil Flame General seemed to melt in the black flame. Like a flood bursting a dam, the black flame poured into the long spear in his hand. The long spear twisted, as if it had come alive, and turned into a black dragon. The black dragon's body shook, constantly stretching and colliding. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge black dragon 100 meters long, dancing in the sky. The man and the spear became one, and there was no distinction between the two. This move was his final trump card. The Devil Flame General had been unable to completely master it all along, because the state required to use this move was too special. It required rage and calmness. In the past, he had been unable to do it. Unexpectedly, he did it this time. Dragon Spear destroys the world. The Devil Flame General was confident that this move would severely injure a top demon emperor, who was at the same level as the Devil Flame King. The 100-meter-long black dragon danced in the sky, erupting with an incomparably terrifying aura that suppressed the world. In an instant, the mist that permeated the surroundings froze. The power of this move was too terrifying. It suppressed a part of the space-time, causing the space to freeze. Even with Chern Zong's current strength, it was difficult for him to resist. The clouds froze in the space-time, and Chern Zong's figure appeared. The pressure came from the sky from all directions. The aura that could destroy everything made his mind sway uncontrollably. If the mind was swayed, the mind would be unstable, and if the mind was unstable, the sword would be powerless. However, Chern Zong's mind was strong, and he reacted instantly. He looked up at the sky. The gigantic black dragon's entire body was burning with black flames. It was boundlessly domineering, and its pair of scarlet dragon eyes shone with killing intent. It locked onto Chern Zong from afar, giving Chern Zong a feeling that he could not dodge. If this attack fell, there would be no escape. A thought emerged in Chern Zong's mind, and he knew that the power of this attack was so strong that he could not resist it. Even if his cultivation was strong, he could not resist it. If he could not resist it, he would either die or be seriously injured. The crisis of life and death came again. Chern Zong's face was solemn, and his eyes were solemn. He stared at the huge black dragon, and thousands of thoughts burst forth. The surrounding air was suppressed and solidified, constantly pressuring Chern Zong's body. Chern Zong seemed to be frozen in it, unable to move. An extremely resounding dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The roar shattered the heavens and earth. Then, an extremely terrifying dragon flame poured down like heavenly fire. The shockingly high temperature instantly burned Chern Zong. Fortunately, Chern Zong had the purple cloud black star flame, which was very powerful and resisted the black dragon's breath. In the next moment, the black dragon's body shook, and countless powerful ripples burst out. With a boom, it was like a meteorite falling. Countless airflows swept up as if the end of the world had arrived. Chern Zong was 100% sure that under this attack, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. In the crisis of life and death, his potential exploded. In an instant, all the comprehensions just now exploded in his mind like a volcanic eruption. Illusory Cloud Path, Heart Sword Sutra, Nirvana Evil Sword. All the mysteries scattered, collided, and were then crushed and integrated by Chern Zong's superb comprehension. Spiritual power and dragon power surged and flowed in Chern Zong's body at an astonishing speed, like a flood breaking through a dam. Originally, spiritual power flowed through the meridians, while dragon power flowed through the bones and muscles. They were unrelated. However, at this moment, the two forces broke through the body's constraints and broke the boundaries of the body. They came into contact and collided for the first time. Chern Zong's body seemed to have become a battlefield. The two different forces began to collide, as if they were trying to suppress each other. The collision of the two forces became more and more intense. Chern Zong did not feel pleasure but pain. His body felt like it was being torn apart. If his body was not strong enough, he would have been destroyed long ago. Even so, Chern Zong felt that his skin was cracking and beads of blood were seeping out. If things continued like this, if he couldn't stabilize this chaotic energy, his body would definitely be severely injured, and he would die even before the black dragon struck him. If he was killed by the violent forces in his body, he would become a joke for thousands of years. However, whether he would become a joke for thousands of years, Chern Zong did not care now. He could only try his best to save himself, using the heart to control the sword. In an instant, Chern Zong found the right path from thousands of thoughts. Using the heart to control the sword was controlling the sword, the person, and even more so, the power. If he could not even control his own power, how could he control the sword with the heart? In an instant, Chern Zong had a deeper understanding of using the heart to control the sword. Controlling the sword, the person, and the power. These were the three aspects of using the heart to control the sword. Only by completely mastering them could one truly master using the heart to control the sword. Normally, it would take a lot of time to reach the perfection stage of using the heart to control the sword from the beginning. It would take at least a few decades, or even hundreds or thousands of years. However, in Chern Zong's case, time seemed to be shortened infinitely. Other than Chern Zong's own strong accumulation, his powerful soul, superb perception, and the inheritance of the Heart Sword Saint were the reasons why he could achieve this perfection stage of using the heart to control the sword. In an instant, Chern Zong controlled the violent forces in his body, calmed them down, and merged them together. With a stroke of luck, the two different forces intertwined and merged into one. In an instant, they flowed into the flowing red flame sword like an endless stream of water, merging with the power of the flowing red flame sword. This force was incomparably powerful. He swung the sword. This sword strike was extremely simple and ordinary, yet it contained an indescribably profound principle. It emanated from the soul and existed in the heart. As soon as this sword strike was executed, the spatial lock in the surroundings was destroyed, and the heavens and the earth seemed to have calmed down. With this sword, Chern Zong only felt that his heart was extremely calm. It was as if even the collapse of heaven and earth couldn't shock him or shake his mind. A sword that calmed one's heart. Nothing could move it and no evil could invade it. This was an ultimate sword, an unparalleled sword. This sword tore the space apart. The pitch-black crack quickly spread to the sky. An extremely terrifying suction force burst forth, swallowing everything in the surroundings. The giant black dragon fell from the sky with astonishing power, destroying everything. However, the moment it came into contact with Chern Zong's sword, it melted like snow under the scorching sun. Chapter 1144. The Devil Flame Great General was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. The world-extinguishing dragon spear was his strongest killing move, his ultimate move. In the past, he had not been able to master it. This time, he was able to display it by chance, and his strength had increased sharply. Even a master like the Devil Flame Heavenly Country's Lord had to treat it with caution. This spear alone was enough to kill that human a dozen times over. Unexpectedly, it was melted by that human's sword, and that sword even tore the void apart. Looking at the black crack closing in front of him, the Devil Flame Great General was scared silly, his thoughts frozen, unable to think. Just how powerful was that sword? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chern Zong quickly recovered the strength he had consumed. Just now, the two different types of energy had surged, collided, and consumed a portion of each other. Chern Zong used his heart to control the sword and fused them together. In an instant, all of them were poured into the scarlet flame sharp sword and released. This caused the two types of energy in Chern Zong's body to be consumed by a large portion. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The Devil Flame Great General finally reacted. Instead of attacking, he turned around and flew away at full speed, in the direction of the devil flame heavenly country. He was scared out of his wits by this human, losing his will to fight and confidence. He didn't dare to continue fighting. It was better for him to leave first and return to the Devil Flame Kingdom's capital. At that time, numerous Devil Emperors would move out, including the Devil Flame Kingdom's ruler. It was more than enough to kill this human. As for losing face, it was no longer important. The Devil Flame Great General's actions startled Chernzong. Chernzong thought that a demon race master like the Devil Flame Great General would not turn around and run away. Unexpectedly, this was unexpected. However, at this point in the battle, how could Chernzong let the other party run away? Using the world-extinguishing dragon spear had consumed almost all of the Devil Flame Great General's strength. Therefore, even if he flew at full speed, his speed was less than 1/10 of his peak. Brandishing his sword, he soared into the sky. Chernzong instantly burst out with astonishing speed, closing in on the Devil Flame Great General. His sword was raised vertically, aiming straight for the center. His mind was as calm as a mountain. Heaven, earth, wind, clouds, and time were silent. Heart-steadying sword. The sword fell straight down like a feather, like a falling leaf, or like a flowing river. A wisp of golden, silver, or colorless sword light streaked across the sky at an indescribable speed. Almost as soon as Chernzong swung his sword, it had already crossed thousands of meters and charged toward the Devil Flame General. The demonic Flame General was shocked, but he found that his body seemed to have stiffened, making it difficult for him to dodge. His usual agility seemed to have disappeared. It was because the sword light was too fast, faster than his body could react. The sword light went into the general's body and disappeared. The general's body was fixed in the air, staring at Chernzong in shock. Chernzong closed in. He opened his left hand and clenched it in the air. His 5 fingers vibrated in an extremely mysterious pattern as he used the blood-refining technique. Immediately, strands of blood spurted out from the demonic flame general's body and condensed into a blood bead. The demonic flame general died without even having a chance to say his last word. The black spear fell into Chernzong's hands. The storage ring of the demonic flame general also fell into Chernzong's hands. After landing, Chernzong quickly checked to see if there were any Inferno Demon soul flowers or Earth-een mysterious nether liquid. A touch of joy appeared on his face. A pitch-black flower with 9 petals appeared in Chernzong's hand. There were many complicated patterns on the flower. Upon closer inspection, they looked like distorted faces, as if they were wailing. Vaguely, Chernzong seemed to hear the wailing. It was like a demonic sound that wanted to drag people into purgatory and torment them. Inferno Demon Soul Flower. In the antidote formula that eldest senior brother Tanghua obtained, there was a detailed description of this flower. There was even a picture of it. Naturally, Chernzong would not mistake it. Now, only the main ingredient, Earth-een mysterious nether liquid, was left. Soon, he would obtain all the main ingredient. Once he brought them back, he would be able to refine the antidote for the demonic poison. He would be able to cure his master of the Blue Feather Mountain and awaken him. The Inferno Demon Soul Flower was not only the main ingredient needed to refine the antidote for the demonic poison, but it was also a very precious demonic medicine. It could temper one's mind and strengthen one's mind. However, to Chernzong, it did not have much of an effect. This was because Chernzong's mind was very strong. Consuming elixirs would restore the energy he had consumed. To other cultivators, consuming elixirs would not benefit them. This was because the impurities of the elixir would settle in the body and accumulate. If they could not get rid of the impurities, it would affect the purity of the body and affect their future progress. However, Chernzong had the purple cloud black star flame. One of its effects was purification. It could even purify the terrible corrosive power in the heart of the demonic void, not to mention the impurities of elixirs. Soon, Chernzong's spiritual power was completely restored with the help of a large number of elixirs. On the other hand, his dragon power was recovering slower due to the lack of elixirs. However, Chernzong was not in a hurry. He continued to use the True Flame's body-refining technique to recover. It was a pity that the purity of his dragon power was not inferior to that of a spiritual high-grade martial art. However, the True Flame's body-refining technique was only a low-grade martial art. Using a low-grade martial art to mobilize high-grade dragon power was like asking an old cow to pull a luxury car. It did not match and was even more difficult. However, this was all he could do for now. While recovering his dragon power, Chernzong pondered over the sword move he had just used. It calmed the heart and mind, hence the name Heart-Calming Sword. This sword move could be considered as a trial and a huge breakthrough. It was almost impossible to combine the power of chi cultivation and body refining. After all, they belonged to different cultivation systems and did not interfere with each other. However, in Chernzong's case, what was reasonable became possible. Since they were both water, they were only limited by the natural environment. If the limit was broken, they could be combined. After that, they would still be water. They were both powers. Although they came from different cultivation systems, they were all powers cultivated by oneself. Since they were all one's own powers, why couldn't they be combined into one? In the past, Chernzong had tried, but it was a pity that he failed and could not achieve it. He could only give up. However, today, with all kinds of accumulation and conditions, in addition to coincidences, he finally took this step. However, it was only the initial stage of the fusion. He still needed to familiarize and perfect it before he could do it as he wished. Heart Sword Sutra. Chernzong could not help but sigh. Although there were various reasons, the Heart Sword Sutra was the foundation. He did not know if the Heart Sword Saint was the same and had combined all his powers into one. When all his powers were restored, Chernzong tried it on the spot. He did not need much, just a little dragon power and a little spiritual power. He merged them and poured them into the long sword. He swung it out casually. It was like a breeze passing by, like the clouds in the sky. The sword light was fine, like a thread. It seemed light, but it was extremely terrifying and could break through anything. When he performed that move, Chernzong only felt that his mind was extremely calm, and nothing could affect him. This move was named Tranquil Sword, and it lived up to its name. Tranquil Sword calmed his own heart, the enemy's heart, and the heart of heaven and earth. 4 hours later, Chernzong stopped comprehending. He flashed and flew into the sky again. Tranquil Sword was a sword art, and it was also a method of using power. It was a brilliant way of integrating chi cultivation stage and body refining stage. Every move made Chernzong's power increase tremendously. For example, Chernzong's current speed was much faster than before. Chernzong not only used his chi cultivation stage, but also his body refining stage. With the two combined, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was much more. With the increase in power, Chernzong headed straight for the Devil Flame Nation. Along the way, he killed all the devil race tribes he encountered. Even the devil emperors in the large tribes could not withstand Chernzong's move and were killed instantly. A large amount of blood droplets floated in front of Chernzong. The purple cloud black star flame engulfed all the blood droplets and burned them fiercely. It burned all the impurities in them, leaving only the purest part to merge into Chernzong's body and strengthen his chi and blood. The dragon force gushed forth, emitting an astonishing dragon roar that became increasingly resounding. It was as if a true dragon was wantonly swimming within Chernzong's body, emitting an astonishing amount of power. Every muscle in Chernzong's body swelled up as an extremely tyrannical aura spread out, suppressing all directions. Crack! The hard ground under his feet cracked and collapsed in an instant. Chernzong's body floated above the collapsed ground, and an extremely terrifying aura kept rushing out of his body like a storm. Rumble! The sky shook and the earth shook, and the wind and clouds surged. The aura entrenched itself in an instant and turned into the shadow of a real dragon. It circled around Chernzong and soared into the sky. Dragon Power Realm Level 9. Finally, his body refining stage broke through a major realm and reached Dragon Power Realm Level 9. The amount of dragon power multiplied, and the purity of the dragon power also multiplied. Subsequently, the dragon power nourished his body and strengthened his physique. Strong. Chernzong could feel that his body contained an extremely terrifying power. This power was enough to destroy mountains. It was as if he could sink the earth and shatter the sky with one punch. With a loud roar, Chernzong raised his fist and punched the ground below. The dragon power surged and condensed into the shadow of a dragon head on his fist. The dragon power circled around his arm and formed the body of a dragon. It was as if a real dragon had descended. Boom! The ground shook as if it had been trampled by an ancient giant beast. With Chernzong's fist as the center, the dragon-shaped force rushed out crazily and created a huge crater. The edge of the crater was like rolling waves, spreading out wantonly at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the crater expanded to 10 meters, and then it spread out rapidly until a huge crater that was at least 100 meters deep appeared. The center of the crater was 20 meters deep, and the edge was 10 meters deep. It should be known that the ground of the Earth Demon Abyss was extremely hard. It was much harder than refined steel. To create a crater with a diameter of 10 to 20 meters with one punch, one must have extremely powerful strength. An ordinary LV9 Heavenly Profound Realm expert would not be able to do it. This meant that the power of Chernzong's punch had surpassed that of an ordinary LV9 Heavenly Profound Realm expert. If it had hit an ordinary LV9 Heavenly Profound Realm expert, he would have exploded with one punch. With one punch, the ground beneath his feet collapsed. Chernzong's surging dragon power also calmed down. He felt extremely comfortable. Dragon Power Realm Level 9. This was enough to increase his strength significantly. After all, he had comprehended the heart-calming sword. With one sword, he could integrate his body refining stage and chi refining stage. Chapter 1145. A sharp roar resounded through heaven and earth, and a long trail of light streaked across the sky, as if splitting the sky of the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. When the figure flew over a tribe, he unsheathed his sword, and the sword light split apart in an instant. Like a torrential downpour, it mercilessly killed all the demons in its path. When Chernzong approached the Devil Flame country, another 10 tribes were slaughtered by Chernzong's sword, and more than 50,000 demons died. Since Chernzong and Yiqianqiu entered, the total number of demons killed had exceeded 200,000, which was a heavy loss for the demons in the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. More than a dozen demon emperors had died, and one of them was the great general of the Devil Flame country, who was ranked in the top 3 in the country. Such a loss was even more indescribable. In the main hall of the Devil Flame country's capital, a huge pitch-black demon mirror floated in the air, and a different world appeared on the demon mirror. A figure was streaking across the sky like a meteor, rapidly advancing in the direction of the Devil Flame country. The picture on the demon mirror was so clear that every strand of hair of the figure appeared in front of the demon experts. A human. It was a human who looked quite young. The ruler of the Devil Flame country sat motionless on his throne. He didn't say a word, but the terrifying devil flames were burning in his eyes. An astonishing aura spread out from his huge body, suppressing all directions. It was as if the space around him had solidified. The other generals and ministers also stared at the picture on the demon mirror, and each of them looked solemn and silent. Even the great general was killed by the other party, forcing the Devil Flame country's lord to take out the demon mirror to check the humans' movements. It should be known that the demon mirror would not be used easily in normal times, because every time it was used, it would consume a lot of power. There were countless patterns on the back of the demon mirror, which looked incomparably complex and mysterious. All the patterns converged from the edge of the demon mirror to the center, where they were connected to an open eye. The eye was vertical, flashing with a layer of black light. Activate the demon eye. After a while, a vigorous and domineering voice sounded from the Devil Flame Country's lord, resounding in all directions. Yes. The ministers and generals immediately obeyed. The Devil Flame Country's lord was the strongest person in the Devil Flame Country, and also the strongest person in the Earth Demon Abyss. No one dared to disobey his orders. This demon mirror was the key to activating the demon eye. Suddenly, the huge black demonic dragon pillars that surrounded the hall lit up one after another. The black dragon head at the highest point suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a shocking black flame. The black flames were as domineering as a dragon's breath, and none of the demon emperors dared to get too close for fear of being caught in the crossfire. However, even though the demonic realm was covered by the 8 dragon breaths, it did not melt. Instead, it swallowed the dragon breath. Behind the demonic realm, black light spread out. Gradually, it followed the complicated patterns and spread toward the single eye in the center. Demon 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 lords demon 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 demons, and demon 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 s's, demon demon demonses. Demon 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 and his demon, s carefully, his looking looked, his, he and looked carefully. Buzz. A crack suddenly appeared in the gloomy sky, and an eyeball squeezed out. The black eyeball was huge, at least 100 meters in size, and looked very strange. It stared at Chernzong, and instantly made Chernzong feel like he had been seen through. The giant eye was like a living creature. Chernzong's face was solemn, and his power was surging in his body. The black light condensed on the giant eye, and the terrifying aura became more and more shocking. In an instant, the black light shot out from the giant eye at an amazing speed, like an aurora breaking through the sky, and shot toward Chernzong. The black light was 10 meters thick, and its power was terrifying. The moment it shot out, Chernzong's hair stood on end. Even a high-level demon emperor would find it difficult to resist such power. Having experienced hundreds of battles, Chernzong's sense of danger had reached an amazing level. Before his consciousness moved, his subconscious had already driven his body to avoid the danger, and his body moved horizontally. Chernzong's speed was so fast that he left a lifelike afterimage, which was instantly shattered by the black light. Moreover, the black light almost brushed past Chernzong's arm, tearing apart the protective power on Chernzong's arm, and making a part of his sleeve disappear in an instant. Terrifying. Chernzong's skin could acutely perceive the terror of the black light. It was a destructive power, just like the power of Nirvana Evil Sword. The black light pierced through the sky, shattered Chernzong's afterimage, and bombarded the ground silently. After the black light disappeared, Chernzong stared down with a face full of horror. The ground within 100 meters had disappeared, leaving behind a pit that was dozens of meters deep. Chernzong could not help but gasp. At this time, the sense of danger appeared again, making Chernzong's hair stand on end. Without any thought, his body flashed again, and once again, dodged the black light shot from the one-eyed man. As the black light shot down from the sky, Chernzong concentrated on moving his body, exploding his speed to the extreme. After comprehending the heart-calming sword, Chernzong could use the power of Qi refining stage and body refining stage at the same time. In an instant, he burst out with the fastest speed, constantly leaving afterimages in the air, but the afterimages were shattered by the black light. Passively defending or dodging was not Chernzong's style. After dodging the black light, Chernzong's body suddenly rushed into the sky, heading straight for the one-eyed man. In the palace of the Devil Flame Country's capital, the Devil Flame Country's king and the demon emperors looked more and more dignified. They knew very well how powerful the Devil Eye was. It could be said that except for the Devil Flame Country's king, no one could withstand the black light of the Devil Flame Country. Even if the high-level demon emperors were hit, they would be injured in an instant. 2 were seriously injured and 3 were killed. Moreover, the speed of the black light was extremely fast. Even high-level demon emperors would find it difficult to dodge, but this human could dodge it again and again. Another black light condensed, piercing through the vast sky and shooting down. Chernzong's figure dodged again, and once again rushed up a large distance. He waved the crimson flame-sharp sword, and the sword light tore through the vast sky, like a golden waning moon that was extremely bright. Heart-calming sword. Tranquil sword was not only a brilliant swordsmanship, but also a unique martial art for exerting force. The sword light broke through the sky with amazing power, completely reaching the level of a high-level demon emperor. It directly slashed at the one-eyed man, but it instantly collapsed. Chernzong couldn't help but frown. Although this sword was not his full strength, it was enough to injure a high-level demon emperor. However, it could not cause the slightest damage to the one-eyed man, which made Chernzong puzzled. Avoiding the black light, the second sword slashed out, and its power was increased by 30%. However, the moment this sword hit the one-eyed man, the sword light also collapsed instantly. The one-eyed man was not damaged at all. Chernzong's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he pondered. With his powerful spiritual sense, Chernzong instantly captured the scene of the sword light collapsing. It seemed that there was a force that disintegrated it. That human actually attacked the Devil Eye. Naive. He actually wants to destroy the Devil Eye. Unless he is a quasi-holy, it is impossible for him to damage the Devil Eye. A group of demon emperors laughed. The Devil Flame Country's king stared at the Devil Realm, full of coldness and a trace of mockery, and said secretly, "Ignorant human, without a corresponding method, even if this king uses all his strength, he can't break the defense of the Devil Eye." The third sword attack was also ineffective. Chernzong was not depressed at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. The red flame sword returned to its scabbard in an instant. Chernzong pulled out the Nirvana evil sword from his back. His spiritual power and dragon power surged and poured into the Nirvana evil sword. Along the sword's spine, it rushed to the first red star that was lit up. It produced a qualitative change, turning into an even more powerful Nirvana sword chi, piercing through the air. Does he think that by changing swords, he can hurt the Devil Eye? A high-level demon emperor sneered. The grayish-white Nirvana sword chi was so powerful that it could seriously injure or kill a high-level demon emperor. It instantly approached the Devil Eye, penetrated its defense, and hit the center of the Devil Eye. The demonic eye trembled, and a shrill scream rang out. A terrifying power erupted from the demonic eye, rushing in all directions. It was like a star had exploded, and an extremely powerful dark ring of stars burst forth, crushing and annihilating the clouds in all directions, clearing 10,000 meters of space. Not good. Quickly closed the Devil Eye. The Devil Flame Country's king was stunned at first, and then he was horrified. He hurriedly roared, no longer calm. He never thought that this human had the ability to hurt the Devil Eye. There were 3 Devil Eyes in the Earth Demon Abyss, which were respectively controlled by the last 3 levels of the Earth Demon Abyss. The Devil Eye on the 7th level was the weakest, the Devil Eye on the 8th level was a little stronger, and the Devil Eye on the 9th level was the strongest. In fact, the truly powerful Devil Eye referred to the eye of the demon god. The 3 Devil Eyes in the Earth Demon Abyss were all imitations. Even if they were imitations, they were passed down from ancient times and were incomparably important treasures. There was no way to imitate them now. Once they were damaged, no one knew how to repair them. Looking at the closed Devil Eye on the back of the Devil Eye with a wisp of blood flowing from the corner of the eye, the Devil Flame Country's king almost exploded with anger. He originally planned to use the power of the Devil Eye to kill the human in one fell swoop, but unexpectedly, not only did he fail to kill the human, but he was also injured by the human's Devil Eye. This loss was even greater than the death of a high-level demon emperor. Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guards, follow me to battle. The Devil Flame Country's king stood up, his huge body exuding an even more terrifying pressure. His powerful and domineering voice spread throughout the palace. Since the Devil Flame Country's king was going to battle in person, it was reasonable to say that the ministers and generals couldn't wait here. They were definitely going to battle, but the Devil Flame Country's king did not give the order. Black figures shot out from the depths of the palace like bolts of black lightning. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were waiting quietly outside the main hall. When the ministers and generals saw this, their expressions changed slightly, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guards. These were the secret guards cultivated by the Devil Flame Country for generations. Each and every one of them was a killing machine that lived only for killing. They were not afraid of death, but they were also very powerful. All of them were Demon Emperor-level powerhouses. There were a total of 13 Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guards. 10 of them exuded the aura of a mid-level Demon Emperor, and 3 exuded the aura of a high-level Demon Emperor. The 13 of them stood there like ancient statues, motionless. The aura they exuded was extremely cold, chilling to the core. Chapter 1146. The demon eye closed and hid, and the Nirvana evil sword returned to its scabbard. The demon eye was protected by a power similar to the Nirvana evil sword. It was very unique and evil. It was self-contained and cycled endlessly. Ordinary forces would not be able to break it and would instead be obliterated. The Nirvana evil sword was drawn, and the Nirvana sword chi shot out. The power was somewhat similar, and it instantly broke the cycle balance and attacked the demon eye itself, causing damage. Immediately, Chernzong's eyes were like cold lightning, shooting into the sky as he stared in the direction of the Demon Flame Country. His strong perception made Chernzong feel danger approaching. This danger did not make Chernzong retreat. Instead, a trace of fighting spirit emerged from the depths of his heart. I have a sword that can sweep the world, and I have nothing to fear. His belief was firm, and no evil could invade him. His sword heart became more transparent and pure, like a flawless crystal. With the crimson flame sword in hand, Chernzong's feet seemed to be stepping on solid and thick ground as he quietly waited for the arrival of a strong enemy. His eyes were as calm as water and as deep as the abyss. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in. Chernzong's breathing became longer and more subtle, but suddenly there was an amazing momentum around him. It was as if the world was breathing at the same frequency as Chernzong's. A battle of life and death was the best way to stimulate one's potential. Unknowingly, Chernzong had become one with the world. Without spreading his spiritual sense, he could close his eyes and use his perception to control everything within 1,000 meters. Dust floated in the air between his fingers and palms. A mysterious feeling spread throughout his body and into his soul. The sky, the earth, the wind, the darkness, they were everywhere and there was nothing they did not exist. Wonderful! Chernzong's body was gradually covered with a layer of clear light. The clear light was like the waves of the sea, rippling slightly. Unknowingly, he became more and more in tune with the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. 14 overbearing rainbows tore through the sky like 14 giant knives, tearing 14 holes in the gloomy and oppressive sky that stretched for countless miles. An astonishingly violent aura, mixed with cold killing intent, swept over Chernzong's body like an invisible killing storm. Chernzong trembled all over unconsciously, as if he had fallen into a deep and cold abyss. His consciousness became clear, and he instantly broke away from the state of being in harmony with heaven and earth. However, this short period of time brought Chernzong a lot of benefit. At least, Chernzong could feel all the aura fluctuations around him more keenly. He could feel that he was in this world, becoming more flexible and less restrained. Although there was no increase in his cultivation base, his strength had increased because he was more compatible with this world. Chernzong's gaze was fixed on the 14 beams of light, especially the first one, which gave Chern Zong the greatest sense of crisis. Very strong. Very strong. Compared to the high-level Demon Emperor that had chased after him and was killed by him, this Demon Emperor was much stronger. A top-notch Demon Emperor. Chern Zong's expression turned grave. There were 4 tiers of Thearch-ranked martial artists: low-level, mid-level, high-level, and top-notch. Top-notch Demon Emperors were the strongest. Based on the information that he had received, there was only one top-notch Demon Emperor on the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, the King of Mo Yen Nation. He did not expect that the King of Mo Yen Nation would come personally to kill him. Besides the King of Mo Yen Nation, who gave Chern Zong a sense of danger, one of the other 13 rainbows also gave Chern Zong a sense of danger. It was even more dangerous than the high-level Demon Emperor that he had killed previously. There was no fear. Instead, there was agitation, excitement, and a desire to battle that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. The King of Mo Yen Nation and the 13 Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guards all looked at Chern Zong. Their gazes were cold and filled with killing intent. Kill. The 13 Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guards instantly drew their sabers. Their black sabers tore the sky apart, and 13 saber lights cut through heaven and earth. The King of Mo Yen Nation grabbed forward with his right hand. It was as if he had grabbed a piece of the void and held it in his hand. Then, he condensed it into a fist and punched out. It was terrifying. Among the 13 saber lights, 10 of them came from mid-level Demon Emperors. They did not pose much of a threat to Chern Zong. However, Chern Zong could feel the killing intent contained in those saber light. It was extremely sharp. It was as if they had carved out a bloody path through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Within that saber light, corpses and bones floated up and down. It was extremely terrifying. That punch suppressed the entire world. Everything was reduced to dust and ashes. Such an attack was extremely terrifying. No high-level Demon Emperor would be able to dodge it. They would be killed instantly. However, Chern Zong's expression did not change. He twisted his body, and it was as if he was shuttling through the void. After dodging the 13 saber lights, he drew his sword. The sword glowed with a strong golden light. It collided with that fist. However, it was not a head-on collision. Instead, it was a light blow from the side. An extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted from the fist and struck the sword. At the same time, the sword was blasted away, and at the same time, it also flew along the sword, wanting to destroy Chern Zong's arm. Chern Zong's arm shook slightly, and a surge of power instantly destroyed that force. He also took the opportunity to dodge the fist. His figure flashed, and like a shadow, he approached the King of Mo Yen Nation. Heart-calming sword. Chern Zong's sword slashed out, aiming straight for the King of Mo Yen Nation. The moment the sword slashed out, the sword light arrived. The King of Mo Yen Nation was shocked. He crossed his arms to block the sword. A terrifying force fluctuated on his arms, directly shattering the sword light. As the King of Mo Yen Nation shook his arms, a terrifying cross-shaped force broke the sky and blasted towards Chern Zong. However, it missed. Chern Zong's figure had already passed by the King of Mo Yen Nation. He was going to kill the 13 figures behind him. 14 Demon Thearchs. What Chern Zong wanted to do was to first eliminate the weaker Demon Thearchs, then kill the stronger ones. Finally, he would kill the King of Mo Yen Nation. In an instant, the 13 Demon Flame Absolute Dragon Guards changed their positions and joined forces. It was like a battle formation. The 13 auras also connected as one. The battle formation of the Demon Flame Absolute Dragon Guards became even more terrifying. It was as if they had transformed into a huge sword. With the strongest high-level Demon Thearch as the tip, the other 2 high-level Demon Thearchs as the edge, and the 10 mid-level Demon Thearchs as the body of the sword, it exploded with a terrifying force that split the heavens and earth. This force was completely at the level of a top-notch Demon Thearch. It was as if Chern Zong was facing 2 top-notch Demon Thearchs at the same time. This was simply unimaginable. A top-notch demon Tharch was enough to sweep the Kanglan continent. In the Kanglan continent, there were very few top-notch Thearch-ranked formidable martial artists. Throughout the entire 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, there was only one top-notch demon Tharch that was known to be the king of Emoyan Nation. Of course, it was hard to say if there were any other top-notch demon Thearchs that were hidden. Even though Chernzong's strength had improved tremendously, it was still very difficult for him to fight against two top-notch demon Thearchs alone. The pressure on him increased tremendously. Fortunately, Chernzong had entered an inexplicable state and was more compatible with the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. The restrictions on him were also less. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. This battle was difficult. The pressure was so great that Chernzong found it hard to breathe. However, Chernzong was even more excited and excited. Pressure could make one collapse, but it could also make one's motivation explode and stimulate one's potential. Chernzong was the latter. What's more, the battle formation formed by the 13 powerful demon Thearchs allowed them to condense their strength and form a single entity that was comparable to a top-notch demon Tharch. However, they were not one person after all. Their battle formation was not pure enough. Chernzong's spiritual senses were extremely strong. In addition, he was more compatible with the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. His senses were even more astonishing. Once he found a flaw, he struck with his sword. Tranquil Sword. The moment the Tranquil Sword was used, Chernzong's mind was incomparably calm. Even if the world collapsed in front of him, it would not affect him in the slightest. Under the Tranquil Sword, all the aura fluctuations in the surroundings were smoothed out by an invisible force like a raging sea. It became calm like a mirror, without any ripples. Under this sword, even the Devil Flame ruler's mind was slightly affected. The violent killing intent and anger in his heart decreased a little. As for the 13 Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guards, their will was extraordinary. They were cultivated from countless slaughters. Their cultivation method was also different from ordinary demon race experts. It could be said that to a certain extent, the 13 Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guards had already broken away from their original life form. The distortion of their minds affected them even more. However, this sword strike followed the flaws in the opponent's battle formation and directly broke the joint force of the 13 Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guards. The second sword strike, man and sword as one. With a swish, a mid-level demon Tharch was swept by the sword light. Dead. The death of a mid-level demon Tharch caused the Devil Flame ruler's heart to ache. After all, there were only 13 Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guards in the Devil Flame country. They had been cultivated for thousands of years, and each one of them was extremely important. However, the 12 Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guards' faces did not change in the slightest. It was as if the one killed was not their companion, but an insignificant ant. In an instant, the Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guards reconnected with the battle formation, and a blade light pierced through the air towards Chernzong. The Devil Flame ruler punched out in anger, shattering the sky and shattering the earth. This punch made Chernzong feel suffocated. He felt like he was going to be smashed into pieces. Shocking killing intent spread out in all directions, covering the sky and earth. Tranquil Sword. With one sword strike, Chernzong once again dodged the Devil Flame ruler's punch and charged into the Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guard's battle formation. He killed another mid-level demon Tharch. When he had just entered the Earth Demon Abyss, a mid-level demon Tharch was enough to kill Chernzong, but now a mid-level demon Tharch was nothing in front of Chernzong. Only a high-level demon Tharch had the strength to fight against Chernzong. The creation of the Tranquil Sword was a huge step that surpassed the limits of history. It allowed Chernzong's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Not only that, but it also had a far-reaching impact on his future cultivation path. Without a doubt, this was a path with boundless prospects. As he continued down this path, Chernzong himself could not predict what heights he could reach. But the premise was that he had to survive. Kill. The third mid-level demon the Arch was killed by Chernzong. The Tranquil Sword was a sword skill, and a unique cultivation technique. It could be used not only on the sword, but also on strength, movement, and so on. It could enhance one's strength in all aspects. After killing a mid-level demon the Arch, Chernzong used the blood refinement technique, condensing it into a blood bead and storing it in his storage ring. The Devil Flame ruler was enraged like a Devil Flame general, and his anger was so strong that it could burn him to ashes. Chapter 1147. Black flames blotted out the sky, crazily gushing out from the Devil Flame heavenly ruler's body like a volcanic eruption. Supported by the Devil Flame heavenly ruler's powerful demonic energy, the black flames covered several hundred meters in an instant. The inexplicable pressure caused Chernzong's heart to sink, his mind to waver, and his consciousness to waver. Heart-steadying sword. Secretly shouting, Chernzong did not attack, but his mind was as sharp as a sword, instantly stabilizing himself. Sword light seemed to pierce through space from his eyes as he stared at the black flames that blotted out the sky. His figure moved rapidly. Chernzong's intuition told him that he could not be touched by the black flames, otherwise the consequences would be dire. However, the range of the flames was very large and terrifying. They spread in all directions, and under the influence of the magic flame ruler's terrifying demonic power, the range of the flames continued to expand. They were like black dragons surging from all directions. The remaining 10 Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guards immediately changed their battle formation, forcing Chernzong and shortening Chernzong's dodging range. The Devil Flame Heavenly Ruler's Supreme Demonic Remnant Soul Technique was a terrifying cultivation technique. Burn. Burn crazily. Several thousand meters of space was completely covered, as if it had been burned into a vacuum. Even though Chernzong was more compatible with this world, he was still affected. The purple cloud black star flame merged into his sword, and the heart-steadying sword slashed out, tearing the black flames apart. Chernzong's body followed the sword, becoming one with the sword as he charged at the Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guard. The fourth mid-level demon emperor died. Bone-devouring soul. Seeing another Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guard killed, the Devil Flame Heavenly Ruler's anger rose sharply. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes, and the several thousand meters of black flames condensed into one, like a fire dragon dancing in the sky, pouncing towards Chernzong. Chernzong dodged, but the fire dragon followed him closely, like a shadow following him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it off. Sword slash. The powerful sword slashed the fire dragon in half, but the fire dragon split into two, flanking him from two directions. He swung his sword again, and the purplish cloud black star flame swept out. The two fire dragons were instantly shattered, but they became even more numerous and even smaller. They were like black loaches crossing the river, crazily surging toward Chernzong from all directions. Chernzong tried his best to dodge, but he couldn't avoid it completely. As the black flames entered his body, Chernzong's body froze. That terrifying flame wantonly spread within his body in an incomparably frenzied manner. It was as if it was attacking a city, destroying it mercilessly. There was even a wisp of fire that rushed straight into Chernzong's mind and into his soul, like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, the wisp of black flame enveloped Chernzong's soul and burned it fiercely. The soul was the foundation of a living being, and it was extremely important. The feeling of being burned was definitely not pleasant. An indescribable pain spread out from the soul. Supreme Devil's Remnant Soul Technique. The power cultivated by this ferocious secret method could actually harm the soul. The pain intensified, and it quickly spread from the soul to the whole body, causing Chernzong to twitch uncontrollably. If his soul wasn't strong enough, he would definitely be burned to ashes by this terrifying flame. However, Chernzong's soul was very strong, and it was even more amazing after being liquefied. After withstanding the first wave of pain, the pain that followed was not so strong. Chernzong could even feel that his soul was becoming more condensed under the burning of this terrifying flame. The black flames cultivated by the Supreme Devil Remnant Soul technique could damage the soul, but things would always move in the opposite direction if they reached an extreme. If one could withstand it, they would benefit. True gold fears no fire. The figure of the Devil Flame Heavenly King flashed and appeared in front of Chernzong. He waved his hand, and his palm turned into a claw. It fell from the sky like the claw of a giant demon, grabbing at Chernzong's head. The Devil Flame Heavenly King was very confident in his Supreme Devil Remnant Soul technique. Even he couldn't withstand the pain of his soul being burned. In this state, he was powerless to resist. It was extremely painful to have one's soul burned by this flame. The Devil Flame Heavenly King didn't want to kill this human so easily. It wasn't enough to vent the anger and killing intent in his heart. Capture him alive. He would capture this human alive, demonize him, and control him to serve the Devil Flame Heavenly King. He would even send him to the surface to slaughter the humans. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. From the strength displayed by this human, he was definitely at the level of a peak demon emperor, not much inferior to him. If he could demonize him and control him, the high-end strength of the Devil Flame Heavenly King would increase by a lot. One had to admit that the Devil Flame Heavenly King's plan was very good. The claw fell from the sky, as if it was going to grab all the living beings on the continent. There was no way to dodge. The 5 pitch-black fingers were like pillars descending from the sky. They were distributed in 5 directions, forming a cage. And Chernzong was about to fall into this cage. Just as the Devil Flame Heavenly King's hand was about to grab Chernzong's head, an incomparably sharp cold light, like a heavenly sword, stared at the Devil Flame Heavenly King's face and shot into his deep, dark, flame-like eyes. The Devil Flame Heavenly King's heart skipped a beat. An extremely bad feeling instantly erupted from the depths of his heart. Looking at the human's eyes, he didn't feel the pain of having his soul burned at all. A sword pierced through the sky and arrived in an instant. Heart-calming sword. The distance was too close and the sword was too fast. It was impossible to dodge. Even though the Devil Flame Heavenly King felt something was wrong, he reacted in an instant and immediately retreated at full speed. His figure became erratic as he tried his best to dodge, but he was still a bit too slow. That sword directly pierced through the Devil Flame Heavenly King's body. A terrifying power spread out from the wound, frantically strangling him. The Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guard burst forth with a peerless blade light. Chernzong swung his sword a second time. Casually, without the slightest trace of smoke or fire, it was extremely agile. The sword light stretched out in the sky like a thread and attacked. Chernzong's figure flickered, as if disappearing into the void once again, dodging the Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guard's blade and closing in on the Devil Flame Heavenly King. Follow up the victory. The Devil Flame Heavenly King was already injured. If he could buy some time to recover, his strength would quickly recover. Kill, kill, kill. Chernzong burst forth with all his strength, activating the Platinum Sword Body. The small success Platinum Sword Body directly increased his strength. The sword light pierced through the sky and was dyed with traces of platinum, looking indestructible. The Devil Flame Heavenly King was heavily injured. Even though he dodged with all his might, and even though the Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guard kept attacking, he was still pursued by Chernzong and was hit by the second sword. The power of this sword was extremely terrifying. It directly split open the armor on the Devil Flame Heavenly King's body and injured his bones. The purple cloud black star flame's power wreaked havoc on the Devil Flame Heavenly King's wounds, constantly burning them, causing him to suffer even more pain. The Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guard's secret technique burst forth, shocking the world. Shocking black flames covered the sky and burned the earth, especially the strongest high-level demon emperor. The power of this attack was extremely shocking, making Chen Zong feel the danger and had no choice but to slash out with his sword. Seizing the opportunity, the Devil Flame Heavenly King immediately retreated, quickly landing on the ground. He formed a seal with both hands and a black light spread out and slammed into the ground. The earth trembled, and countless cracks spread out like a collapsing spiderweb. Then, countless black lights spread out from the cracks, and a terrifying power rushed up from the ground, shattering the ground and shooting into the sky. Devil Earth Reincarnation. The Devil Flame Heavenly King waved his hands, forming seals one after another. The black light that shot into the sky disappeared, and a pitch-black figure stood in the air. It was a demon race, but this demon race member looked a little battered. His armor was broken, his hair was disheveled, and his skin was different from ordinary demons. His face was stiff and his eyes were dim. There was not the slightest trace of vitality in his body. Even so, Chen Zong did not dare to underestimate him, because Chen Zong could feel the threat from this demon race member. Now, to be able to make him feel threatened, it was at least a high-level demon emperor, and this level of threat was at least at the level of a peak demon emperor. Chen Zong was very surprised to see another peak demon emperor, but he was not afraid. Then let's fight. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword light tore through the sky. However, the peak demon emperor did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he rushed towards Chen Zong's sword light. With a bang, the broken armor shattered under the sword light, exploding into countless pieces. Even a deep sword wound appeared on the demon emperor's body, but no blood flowed out. The demon emperor's body was slightly shaken by the power of the sword, but he was no longer affected. He burst out with astonishing speed, rushing towards Chen Zong like a comet, destroying heaven and earth. It was not a living person, or rather, it was not a living demon race member, but a corpse of a peak demon emperor. But for some reason, it was able to come out and fight. It rushed towards Chen Zong without mercy, as if it wanted to exchange a life for a life. The demon flame ruler immediately took out a demonic medicine and consumed it, mobilizing his energy to recover from his injuries. The demon flame extinction dragon guard went all out, holding his sword as he rushed towards Chen Zong. The fearless battle immediately brought great pressure to Chen Zong. The purpose of the Demon Flame Extinction Dragon Guard's existence was to guard the Demon Flame country, to be loyal to the Demon Flame ruler until death. Therefore, they did not fear death, and exchanged their lives for the life of a strong enemy. The corpse of the Peak Demon Emperor was simple and direct. It did not have much intelligence, only the instinct to kill the enemy. Chen Zong was the enemy, and as long as he killed the enemy, he did not care about anything else. What's more, he was already a corpse, so he did not feel any pain. For a time, Chen Zong was entangled, unable to chase after the demon flame ruler, and could only let the latter recover from his injuries and strength. Once the demon flame ruler recovered, he would attack again. At that time, the pressure on Chen Zong would increase dramatically. Not to mention victory, it was unknown whether he could survive. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Chen Zong's mind, trying to find a way to resolve the situation. As a ruler, the demonic medicine he could use was the best. Coupled with the demon race's tyrannical physique and self-healing ability, the demon flame ruler's injuries were quickly healed, and his strength was restored. Raising his head, black flames seemed to shoot out from his eyes, and without making any gestures, a terrifying force rushed out from his body, exploding the ground. The shocking force was like a stream of air, causing the demon flame ruler's figure to soar into the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast, the demon flame ruler clenched his fist, as if he had grasped the power of space, and fiercely punched towards Chen Zong. The fist was like a dragon. The fist seemed to shatter the void, carrying a terrifying force as it blasted towards Chen Zong. Chapter 1148. Boom. Chernzong pushed his body art to the extreme. He seemed to be able to shuttle between reality and illusion, but he still couldn't avoid the attack and was hit by the Devil Flame Ruler's fist. Chernzong held his sword in front of him to block the punch. The terrifying fist energy exploded like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years. Chernzong was forced to retreat as he tried to deflect the force. The Devil Emperor's corpse approached him like a meteor. The Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guard's saber tore through the void. The Devil Flame Ruler's body paused for a moment before he punched out again. After taking another punch, Chernzong flew even higher into the sky. His blood and chi surged and his spiritual power fluctuated. His sword shook. Boom, boom, boom. Seizing the opportunity, Devil Flame Ruler continuously punched out with his fists. Each of his fists carried a terrifying power as they bombarded Chernzong. Chernzong mustered all his strength and held his sword in front of him to block again and again. His blood and chi surged and he couldn't help but spit it out. However, his aura didn't weaken. Instead, it became more condensed, more agile, and more ethereal. It seemed to have a deeper connection with heaven and earth. Chernzong's eyes shone brighter. Boom! The Devil Flame Ruler punched out again and hit the sword. The terrifying power directly sent Chernzong's body into the air. However, the red flame sword wasn't damaged at all. It was a half-step saint weapon. Even a half-step saint couldn't damage it, let alone anyone below the half-step saint level. The Devil Emperor's corpse rushed forward in an instant. The violent power made Chernzong spit out another mouthful of blood and his body flew up again. Chernzong's body seemed to have become weightless as it soared into the sky. In an instant, it disappeared into the dark clouds that never changed. The unchanging dark clouds were like a giant beast, swallowing Chernzong's body. The Devil Flame Ruler and the Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guards stood under the dark clouds and looked up. Their eyes shone brightly as they carefully scanned the area. The Devil Emperor's corpse floated beside the Devil Flame Ruler, motionless and lifeless. It was hard to imagine how powerful it could be. However, the human's aura had disappeared without a trace. It was impossible to detect or capture him. A group of Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guards immediately raised their blades and charged into the dark clouds, searching for Chernzong. After withstanding so many attacks and spitting out blood twice, that human must be severely injured. This was the perfect opportunity to kill him. Half an hour later, the Devil Flame Absolute Dragon Guards, who had searched tens of thousands of meters in the dark cloud, appeared and shook their heads at the Devil Flame Ruler. They didn't find Chernzong. It was as if that human had really disappeared. This was impossible. There was no way a human could disappear right under his nose. A sudden change occurred. A weak ray of light shone directly from the dark clouds in the sky, penetrating through the everlasting dark clouds, as if the sun was shining down. The first strike. The second one. The third one. One had to know that the Earth Demon Abyss had no sun, moon, or stars, only dark clouds. The deeper one went, the thicker the clouds became. These dark clouds were not ordinary, but a product of chaotic demonic chi mixed with dust. They had existed for countless years. Perhaps they had appeared when the Earth Demon Abyss was born. Now, it seemed as if the legendary sunlight had penetrated the dark clouds and shone down. This abnormality caused the Devil Flame Ruler and the Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guards to be extremely vigilant. Another change occurred. There seemed to be an extremely pleasant buzzing sound. The rays of light connected together and tore a huge crack in the dark clouds. Astonishing rays of light shot out from within like heavenly swords. Heavenly might dazzling. The heavenly might dazzled the Devil Flame Ruler and the Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guards. They felt their hearts sink as if an invisible boulder was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. It was as if they were facing the heavenly might, surpassing all obstacles and pressing down on their hearts. Boom! The ray of light shot down with the heavenly might dazzling like a heavenly sword descending. At the critical moment, the Devil Flame Ruler roared and punched out with both fists. The Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guards also counterattacked, and the Demon Emperor Corpse soared into the sky. With the second explosion, all the attacks were defeated. The Devil Emperor's corpse was struck by the sword light that was like the might of heaven. It fell from the sky like a bird that had been shot by an arrow. Like a meteor, it heavily smashed into the hard ground, creating a huge crater and shaking the earth. The Devil Flame Ruler was stunned. The power of this ray of light was beyond his expectations. The second ray of heavenly might dazzling sword light slashed down. Without the protection of the Demon Emperor Corpse, the 3 middle-class Demon Emperor level Demon Flame Extinction Dragon Guards were instantly killed. Their tyrannical bodies shook in an instant and turned into a bloody mist, scattering everywhere like powder. Even the blood refining technique could not be used to refine blood beads. The third ray of heavenly might dazzling sword light slashed down. One ray after another, seemingly endless, as if the heavens were passing judgment. After 9 consecutive rays of heavenly might dazzling sword light, there were only 2 figures left floating in the air. One was the Demon Emperor Corpse, but it was already broken. It was missing an arm and a leg, and there was a huge sword wound on its chest that almost split its body in half. Even a Demon Emperor would not be able to withstand such heavy injuries. However, it was already dead. It was just a corpse, and there was no concept of injury. The other figure was the Devil Flame Ruler. In comparison, the Devil Flame Ruler was only in a sorry state, but his injuries were not serious. It was mainly because the Demon Emperor Corpse had blocked most of the attack. The 13 Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guards were all dead. Under the 9 rays of heavenly might dazzling sword light, there was nothing left of them. Tremble! The Devil Flame Ruler's heart was trembling. He was sure that the 9 rays of heavenly might dazzling sword light were the handiwork of that human. He could not figure out how that human could unleash such a tyrannical attack, nor did he have the time to think about it. He had suffered heavy losses, and his heart was bleeding. An indescribable fear emerged from his heart, and he could not suppress it. As the ruler of a country and the strongest person on the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, the Devil Flame Ruler had long forgotten the taste of fear. Because nothing could make him feel fear, not even the strongest person on the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. But now, he felt fear from a human. Vaguely, there seemed to be a flash of light in the sky, and immediately, another ray of heavenly might dazzling sword light struck down. Boom! The Demon Emperor Corpse met it head-on. In an instant, its broken head was smashed and fell from the sky. This scene made the Devil Flame Ruler's heart explode with fear. He roared and immediately fled, flying in the direction of the Devil Flame country at an astonishing speed. He was extremely panicked, like a stray dog. When the Devil Flame Ruler disappeared, a figure descended from the sky. It was very fast, like a meteorite crashing to the ground, and its tyrannical body blasted a hole in the ground. In the hole, the figure was half squatting. After 3 breaths, it slowly got up, as if it could not bear the burden. Its body was trembling slightly, and its face was pale. It was Chernzong. After being attacked consecutively, Chernzong, who vomited blood and was injured, took advantage of the momentum to escape into the dark clouds. His aura merged with the dark clouds, and they were indistinguishable. The dark clouds, which had appeared since the birth of the Earth Demon Abyss, were closely connected to the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Chernzong seemed to be closely connected to the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, as if they were one. The previous epiphany and a deeper level of integration played a huge role. The more condensed soul and further understanding allowed Chernzong to enter the state of oneness of heaven and man. His understanding of the Heart Sword Sutra was further improved, and he comprehended more mysteries. It was as if several years had been shortened to an instant. The Heart Sword Force also broke through to the 6th level, and its power was even stronger. The state of oneness of heaven and man allowed Chern Zong to comprehend more mysteries of the Heart Sword Sutra, the mysteries of the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, and mobilize more power of the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. The heart-calming sword allowed Chern Zong's mind to be clear, unaffected by distracting thoughts. He was able to see his nature clearly, and his thoughts were clear. The combination of the two allowed Chern Zong to create the second sword. Sword of Heaven's Heart. My heart is the heart of heaven, upholding justice on behalf of heaven. Heaven's might is brilliant, transforming into the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword descends to the world, ruling everything. The sword of heaven and earth carried the power of the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. It was incomparably vigorous, and its power was astonishing. It killed a group of Devil Flame Extinction Dragon Guards, and then shattered the Demon Emperor's corpse. It wasn't that Chern Zong didn't kill the Devil Flame ruler and deliberately let him escape, but that he couldn't. Although the Sword of Heaven's Heart was extremely powerful and terrifying, and even a peak Demon Emperor couldn't withstand it, the cost of using it was too great. His own strength was still okay, only twice as much as using the heart-steadying sword. It was bearable, but the main thing was the consumption of his mind. Merging his mind with the heaven and earth, mobilizing a large amount of power of heaven and earth, and gathering it together, was very taxing on his mind. Even if Chern Zong's mind was astonishingly strong, it was almost exhausted after using the 10th sword. If he used the 11th sword, although he could kill the Devil Flame ruler, his mind might collapse. The consequences of a mind collapse were very serious. If it was light, he would fall into a coma, and if it was heavy, his soul would collapse. Even if his mind didn't collapse, it would be damaged, and it would take a long time to recover. It wasn't worth it to pay such a price to kill the Devil Flame ruler. Because, after his mind recovered, he could kill his way into the Devil Flame ruler and kill him. Sitting down cross-legged, Chern Zong removed all distracting thoughts and focused on recovering his mind. Perhaps it was because he had entered the union of heaven and man state, or perhaps it was because of other reasons. Chern Zong's mind recovery speed shocked even himself. It was faster than before, at least twice as fast. Not long after, his exhausted mind recovered a little. As time passed, his mind continued to recover like a trickle. It was as if he was pouring water into an empty lake, and the water level continued to rise. As his mind gradually recovered, Chern Zong's face also gradually regained its color. 4 hours later, Chern Zong's mind had completely recovered. He vaguely felt that there was a possibility of breaking through the limit and going further. This was not an illusion, but a real feeling. However, if he really wanted to go further, it couldn't be done in a short time. It would take some time. Chern Zong wasn't in a hurry. After his mind, energy, and spirit had completely recovered and reached the peak, Chern Zong rose into the air and flew toward the Devil Flame ruler at an astonishing speed. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Chapter 1149. Flying high up in the sky, he was as fast as lightning, leaving behind a sword scar in the dark clouds that had never changed since ancient times. Suddenly, the figure paused and stopped in the sky. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, it was as if there was nothing out of the ordinary. Everything was so natural. Chern Zong's face first revealed a look of shock, then a trace of sorrow. Gone. The white jade piece's reaction had all disappeared. In other words, the group of human martial artists who entered the Earth Demon Abyss, including the 3 titled Darch martial artists Maniac, Mingyu Emperor, and Heaven Breaker Jiendi, had all fallen. Suppression. A wave of suppression attacked, causing Chern Zong's heart to clench, and he found it hard to breathe. Immense sorrow surged from his soul spirit, wanting to engulf Chern Zong. He didn't have much of a friendship with these people, and he even had a grudge with Maniac. However, it was undeniable that they were all humans, and they all risked their lives to enter the Earth Demon Abyss for the future of the human race. Out of more than a dozen people, only he was left. They all died in the Earth Demon Abyss, and even at the hands of the demon race. Demon race, a loud roar shook heaven and earth. Chernzong's long hair fluttered in anger, and a terrifying killing aura filled the sky. Boom! His speed increased to the maximum as he flew towards the Devil Flame Nation. The king of the Devil Flame Nation quickly returned to the Devil Flame Nation and immediately went into battle mode. All the demon martial artists in the Devil Flame Nation were mobilized and surrounded the capital of the Devil Flame Nation. All kinds of weapons were pushed out, waiting for the arrival of the human race. The human race had to die. The entire capital of the Devil Flame Nation was filled with demon martial artists, including the army of the Devil Flame Nation and a group of demon Arch martial artists. All the demon thearchs were gathered, and there were still more than 20 of them. Besides some of the demon thearchs who had entered the surface, more than 20 demon thearchs had been killed by Chernzong. Now there were still more than 20 demon thearchs left. This number was shocking. Including the demon thearchs on the 7th and 9th levels of the Earth Demon Abyss, there were close to 200 demon thearchs in the Earth Demon Abyss, or even more. Although the Kanglan continent wasn't small, and there were many top-notch factions, it was already not bad to have more than 100 thearch-ranked martial artists. If all the demon emperors of the Earth Demon Abyss had entered the surface, the Kanglan continent would not have any ability to resist and would have been defeated long ago. However, for some unknown reason, not all of the demon emperors were allowed to leave. At least half of them had to stay behind to oversee the Earth Demon Abyss. Many Devil Race experts surrounded the Devil Flame King, leaving no gap. A silhouette streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, carrying a monstrous, killing intent. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was approaching, sweeping over and shocking the Devil Race. Every Devil Race expert grew up through slaughter. Their subordinates were at least stained with the blood of thousands, or even tens of thousands. Their killing intent was astonishing, but compared to the current killing intent, this killing intent was insignificant. The ruler of the Devil Flame country didn't show himself. Instead, he hid himself and focused on recovering. The power of the Heavenly Heart Sword was extremely strong. Although he had the Devil Emperor's corpse to block it, he was still affected and suffered heavy injuries. The most important thing was the impact on his mind. If he could not recover in time, it would leave behind hidden injuries. As Chernzong approached, his extremely sharp eyes swept across the sky, clearly seeing the dense demon army outside the Magic Flame Kingdom's capital. Kill! With a slash of his sword, 100-meter-long huge sword light broke through the sky like a crescent moon. Kill! The Devil Race roared in unison, releasing their strongest attacks, which converged into a terrifying torrent. It was as if the sea was flowing backwards, blotting out the sky and covering the earth with unstoppable momentum. It crushed the 100-meter-long sword light and blasted towards Chernzong like a hot knife through butter. Chernzong's attack was naturally very powerful. Even a high-level Devil Emperor would find it difficult to resist it head-on. However, there were many Devil Race experts, and there were more than 20 Devil Emperors among them. Their combined attack was also very terrifying. In an instant, Chernzong's figure was drowned by countless attacks, as if he was being swallowed up. When all the attacks disappeared and everything quieted down, Chernzong's figure disappeared in front of the Devil Race's eyes. It was as if he had been blasted into powder and disappeared from this world. No one knew when, but a figure appeared in the Devil Race's army. With a swing of his sword, hundreds of Devil Race experts were killed in an instant. Kill! Kill! Chernzong killed his way into the Devil Race's army, wantonly brandishing his sword and slaughtering to his heart's content. Other than the 20 or so Devil Emperor powerhouses, the other Devil Clan powerhouses were all high-level Devil Clan powerhouses. Compared to Chernzong's current strength, the disparity was huge. If the sword chi brushed past them, they would be seriously injured. If it swept past them, they would die. No one could stop him, and he was invincible. And Chernzong relied on his superb movement and speed to escape into the Devil Race's army, making it impossible for the Devil Race to exert their combined strength to the extreme. It was also difficult for the Devil Race's weapons to be effective. Unless they didn't even care about the lives of these Devil Race experts. Kill, 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 kill without mercy. In just 3 breaths of time, thousands of Devil Race experts were killed. Under the blade of Chernzong's sword, no one could stop it. The 20 Devil Emperors all went crazy and kept chasing after Chernzong, bombarding him with astonishing attack. Chernzong didn't dodge and counterattacked with a sword. Kill. To deal with these Devil Race experts, Chernzong didn't need to use the Sky Heart Sword at all. He didn't even need to use the Tranquil Heart Sword. He only needed to use the sword with his heart to stimulate the power of the Red Flame Sword itself, and he could exert the strength of a high-level Devil Emperor. In the 8th layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, almost all the high-level Devil Emperors died under Chernzong's sword. Now, in the entire Devil Flame King city, only one of the more than 20 Devil Emperors was a high-level Devil Emperor. The rest were all intermediate and low-level. Who was Chernzong's opponent? Even if a top Devil Emperor appeared, Chernzong's Sky Heart Sword was enough to seriously injure or even kill him. Merciless, killing intent everywhere. Kill for himself, kill for his companions who died in the Earth Demon Abyss, kill for the whole human race. Blood flowed like a river. Heaven and earth turned upside down. The suicidal attacks of more than 20 Devil Emperors couldn't stop the furious Chernzong, and the last high-level Devil Emperor died in battle. Every Devil Race expert who could be included in the guards of the Devil Flame King city was at least a high-level mid-level Devil Race expert. There were many high-level Devil Race experts, but it was useless and only increased the casualties. The Devil Emperors were refined into blood beads and stored in the storage ring. Those Devil Race experts who had reached the high-level 8th Order, and even the high-level 9th Order, were all refined into blood beads by Chernzong. The number of blood beads was as many as hundreds, enough for his body refining cultivation to break through again. However, this was not the time to break through. No matter how many Devil Race experts he killed, it was nothing. He killed his way out of the encirclement, killed his way into the palace, and used his spiritual sense to search for the Devil Flame King. But the Devil Flame King seemed to have disappeared. He carefully searched every place, never letting go, and killed as he searched. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura broke out and soared into the sky, with the anger of being disturbed, as if the murderous intent that had sunk into eternity surged, directly hitting Chernzong. A top-level Devil Emperor. Chernzong was stunned. This aura was obviously not the aura of the Devil Flame King. There was actually a top-level Devil Emperor hiding in the Devil Flame King city. However, Chernzong was only surprised, and did not panic at all. In the blink of an eye, a black beam of light tore through the sky, carrying with it an extreme killing intent. Chernzong narrowed his eyes and saw clearly that the demon was very old, past his prime. There was even a trace of death chi lingering around him. This death aura was not a special power, but a death aura that appeared when one's lifespan was nearing its end. The lifespan of the Devil Race was generally very long, and the lifespan of a Devil Emperor was even longer. No one knew how long this old Devil Race expert had lived. Knowing that his lifespan was running out, this top-level Devil Emperor attacked with all his strength. Even if he died, he did not regret it. Sword of Heavenly Heart! A low roar like rolling thunder shook heaven and earth, and a brilliant heavenly might descended. Chernzong raised the sword above his head and directly slashed down. It was not flashy, nor was there any skill. It was just so direct. Boom! Lightning flashed, as if splitting heaven and earth. The power of that sword was endless. Enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Ruling on behalf of the heavens. The sword slashed down, and all the resistance of the old Devil Emperor was defeated. The old Devil Emperor was horrified. He used all his strength to resist, but his whole body was defeated, and his whole body fell to the ground. Sword of calming heart. The second sword light was like silk, twisting in the air like a fish in the water. It arrived in an instant and cut off the neck of the Devil Emperor. First, the Sword of Heavenly Heart was extremely powerful in the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Second, this Devil Emperor was already old, and his strength was not much stronger than a high-level Devil Emperor. He could barely be considered as a top-level Devil Emperor. Chunzong shook his head when he used the blood refinement technique to refine the blood bead. The power contained in the blood beads was very weak, and not comparable to a low-level Devil Emperor. There was no other way. This Devil Emperor's lifespan was nearing its end, and his vitality was obviously declining. However, it was better than nothing. With the death of this old Devil Emperor, no other Devil Emperor could be found in the Devil Flame country except for the Devil Flame ruler who was in hiding. Maybe there were more, but no one knew where they were hiding. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Chunzong's killing intent became more and more intense, almost condensing into a solid substance. In a breath, the mind consumed by using the Sword of Heavenly Heart was quickly recovered, and it would not be long before he was back to his peak. Chunzong scanned with his spiritual sense, looking for traces of the Devil Flame ruler. Finally, he found a secret place where his spiritual sense was blocked. Boom! His figure streaked across the air, rolling up a terrifying airflow, and approached in an instant. The sword slashed through the air, directly splitting the pitch-black door in front of him, tearing a terrifying crack. The second sword. The third sword. The pitch-black door was split open. The Devil Flame ruler was inside. Sword of Heavenly Heart. The sword slashed down, and the Devil Flame ruler's mind trembled. His mind had not fully recovered from the Sword of Heavenly Heart. Now that he faced it again, the feeling was even deeper, and he was terrified. However, the Devil Flame ruler was not an ordinary devil race expert. He used all his strength to counterattack, but it was defeated by a single sword. Sword of Heavenly Heart. The Devil Flame ruler was at his peak, and the old Devil Emperor could not be compared to him. Sword of Heavenly Heart. After using the Sword of Heavenly Heart 3 times in a row, the Devil Flame ruler was finally defeated, losing all strength to resist. However, he was still alive, but on the verge of death. Chunzong walked to the front of the Devil Flame ruler, looking down at him with indifference. "Human, you will also die." The Devil Flame ruler roared with the last of his strength. Chapter 1150. One man slaughtered an entire country. The world was shocked. He slaughtered all the demon powerhouses in the demonic flame kingdom. As for those who escaped, Chunzong ignored them. The 8th level of the Earth Demonic Abyss had suffered great damage. Dozens of demon emperors were slaughtered, and many high-level demons were killed or injured. Countless demons were killed or injured. The losses were extremely heavy, enough to regress the martial arts level of the 8th level by thousands of years. Then, Chunzong searched for the last main ingredient for the antidote, Earth-een mysterious nether liquid. The 9th level of the Earth Demonic Abyss, the only kingdom. The Demonic Kingdom. "Open the passage, I want to go to the surface." A stalwart demon emperor powerhouse in black armor with a scarlet cape fluttering in the wind said in a deep voice. "Lord Heavenly Demon, the passage is about to open." The Heavenly Demon General was the second strongest in the Demonic Kingdom, second only to the King of the Demonic Kingdom. Standing behind the Heavenly Demon General were 9 figures with the same shocking aura. They were the Heavenly Demon General's personal guards, 7 mid-level demon emperors and 2 high-level demon emperors. The 3 titled emperors of the human race had entered the 9th layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, wreaking havoc and slaughtering the demon race. They had destroyed more than 30 demon tribes, killed more than a dozen low-level demon emperors, and even killed several mid-level demon emperors. This was only the 9th level of the Earth Demonic Abyss, and the loss was not small. More importantly, it was humiliating. 2 mid-level and 1 low-level demon emperor had entered the earth demonic abyss to wreak havoc and slaughter. It was a great humiliation. The humiliation should be washed away. It was not as simple as killing the 3 human emperors, but they also had to kill their way to the surface and slaughter countless humans to pay for it. The opening of the space passage usually started from the 9th level, and it would be opened layer by layer until it reached the surface. So far, the strongest Demon Emperor powerhouse that had entered the surface was only a high-level Demon Emperor, and there were very few of them. But now, there was a top-level Demon Emperor leading 2 high-level Demon Emperors and 7 mid-level Demon Emperors to the surface. It was a disaster, a huge disaster. It was hard to imagine what kind of bloodbath this would bring. Buzz. The altar was activated, and a powerful force was transmitted, condensed into one, and instantly shot out into the sky. In the blink of an eye, this huge black light pierced through the ancient dark clouds of the 9th level of the earth demonic abyss and rushed into the altar of the 8th level. A pitch-black liquid the size of an egg was constantly fluctuating in the air. It was as soft as a bubble, and its shape was constantly changing. An astonishing chill emanated from it, as if it wanted to freeze the surrounding space. With just a glance at it, one would feel as if they had fallen into an abyss. Earth-een profound nether liquid. The main ingredients needed to refine the magic poison antidote were finally gathered. Now that the main ingredients had been gathered, the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss had been wantonly destroyed by him, and the demon race experts had been wantonly slaughtered by him. It was time to leave. However, how was he going to leave? While Chernzong was pondering, a tyrannical energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the altar in the Magic Flame Kingdom's capital, attracting Chernzong's attention. In a flash, Chernzong appeared at the side of the altar within a breath's time. He watched as the black light gathered and soared into the sky. The space tunnel opened once again. Chernzong waited quietly, waiting for the space tunnel to fully open. As for the danger, Chernzong was not afraid, because this was the fastest way to leave the Earth Demon Abyss. Not long after, the black light broke through layer by layer, and finally all 9 levels of the Earth Demon Abyss were connected to the surface. Taking a deep breath, tyrannical energy spread all over his body, forming a strong defense, firmly protecting Chernzong from head to toe. He rushed into the space tunnel, and with the power of the space tunnel, quickly rose up. Chernzong also discovered that there were 10 figures above him, but they were very far away. The 10 figures all exuded a tyrannical aura fluctuation, which was very shocking. 7 mid-level demon emperors, 2 high-level demon emperors, and 1 top-level demon emperor. Chernzong's eyes narrowed as he pondered. These could not have come from the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. He speculated that they should have come from the 9th level. However, he could not erupt with too much power in this space tunnel. Otherwise, once a battle broke out, it would inevitably affect the stability of the space tunnel. If he was lucky, he would be left in the Earth Demon Abyss, unable to leave. If he was unlucky, he would be killed by the power of the space tunnel's collapse. When the 10 demon emperors caught sight of the human below, they were taken aback. A human? How could there be a human? The heavenly demon general was furious to the extreme. His anger erupted, and his killing intent overflowed. Immediately, a black light shot down. This black light was actually not very strong. It was only at the level of a low-level demon emperor, so it would not affect the stability of the space tunnel. However, this attack could not do anything to Chernzong. The heavenly demon general was even more furious. His killing intent grew stronger, but he did not dare to erupt with too much power, for fear of destroying the space tunnel. Wait until he rushed to the surface, then he would capture this human alive and torture him to death. Chernzong did not make a move because his power was too weak to kill these demons. If he was too strong, he would lose himself. He would wait until he returned to the Kanglan continent. Powerful strength gave Chern Zong enough confidence, fearless confidence, invincible confidence, and the confidence to cut through everything. He kept accelerating, rushing up along the space tunnel, faster and faster. The 7th level, the 6th level, the 5th level, level by level, he went straight to the 1st level. Light bloomed as if the sun was hanging in the sky. Chern Zong knew that it was the surface. The Earth Demon Abyss was dark. Although the Kanglan continent's demon-suppressing fortress was also eroded by the chaotic demon chi and began to change the environment, becoming the same as the Earth Demon Abyss, it was not so thorough. The degree of light was even brighter than the Earth Demon Abyss. The contrast between light and dark would naturally produce such a phenomenon. The 10 demon emperors rushed out of the tunnel first. In an instant they spread out around the space tunnel. This time, the opening of the space tunnel was not from top to bottom, but from bottom to top. There was no special notice, so the demon clan experts at the demon-suppressing fortress had just reacted not long ago. Tyrannical, incomparably tyrannical and overbearing auras emanated from the 10 figures. One of them was especially terrifying. His aura was so condensed that it was almost tangible. It was like a huge demonic shadow traversing across the sky, making it difficult for the nearby demons to breathe. They were all in awe. They might not be able to meet such an expert in their entire lives. Just as the demon emperors of the demon-suppressing fortress were about to rush over to pay their respects, they saw a beam of extremely bright sword light piercing through the space tunnel. It was so dazzling that they could not look directly at it. The 10 demon emperors did not dare to make a move because once they made a move, the collision of power would explode and impact the space tunnel, causing it to be damaged or even destroyed. If the space tunnel was destroyed, the connection between the Earth Demon Abyss and the Kanglan continent would be broken. At that time, the demon clan in the Earth Demon Abyss would not be able to enter the surface, and the demon clan on the surface would not be able to return to the Earth Demon Abyss. Of course, it could be repaired after the destruction, but it would take time and a lot of energy to do so. In the sword light, Chern Zong's figure appeared. The sword light suddenly exploded, turning into 10 beams, each aimed at the 10 demon emperors. Then, Chern Zong's mind immediately merged with the surroundings to draw the power of heaven and earth. However, he found that it was a little difficult. Sword of Heaven's Heart. With a low roar, the crimson flame sword slashed out. Under the brilliant power of heaven, the sword light condensed and blasted directly at the space tunnel below. After the heavenly demon general shattered a sword beam, he saw Chern Zong unleash an extremely powerful sword strike towards the spatial passageway. His eyes widened in anger. With a loud roar, the heavenly demon general's figure flashed and appeared on the space tunnel. He erupted with an extremely tyrannical force to push upward to resist Chern Zong's sword. In terms of strength, the heavenly demon general was not inferior to the Lord of Demon Flame Country. In fact, he was even a little stronger. The sword light shattered, but the heavenly demon general was not in a good condition. His blood and chi surged and his body fell, but he did not suffer any injuries. Chern Zong understood. This was the Kanglan continent, not the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. In the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, he was very compatible with heaven and earth and could mobilize more power of heaven and earth to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Therefore, the power of the Heavenly Heart Sword was very tyrannical and could directly suppress a top demon emperor like the Lord of Demon Flame Country. However, after coming to the Kanglan continent, Chern Zong's compatibility with the Kanglan continent, or rather the Kanglan world, was not so high. The power of heaven and earth that he could mobilize was limited. It was not as good as the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, so the power of the Heavenly Heart Sword was naturally not as strong as before. It could be seen that the Heavenly Heart Sword was closely related to heaven and earth. The higher the compatibility, the stronger the power. In theory, it could be limitless. The space tunnel quickly closed. Seeing that his sword had failed, Chernzong did not intend to stay any longer. Now that he had unleashed his full power, he was equivalent to a top demon emperor. That top demon emperor was enough to contend with him, and with the cooperation of the other demon emperors, they could suppress him. The second sword attack was launched, and once again blasted at the space tunnel that was closing. The heavenly demon general's power erupted again, and the other 9 demon emperors also took action to firmly protect the space tunnel. As long as the space tunnel was completely closed, they would be able to attack with all their might and kill this audacious human. However, after the second sword attack, Chernzong exploded at full speed. Like a flash of lightning, he flew far away in front of everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. 10 breaths later, the space tunnel was completely closed. The heavenly demon general's furious attack shattered the ground thousands of meters away. It was abnormally terrifying. 10 breaths of time, according to that speed, was enough to fly very far away. There was no way to catch up. "Human, I'll let you live for a while longer." The heavenly demon general's eyes burned with terrifying demonic flames as he stared in the direction that Chernzong had left, and said word by word. The demon emperors at the demon-suppressing fortress first looked at each other, and then they were extremely shocked. There were indeed some humans who had entered the Earth Demon Abyss. Could it be that there were humans who had left the Earth Demon Abyss alive? Thinking of this, they could not help but tremble, especially when they thought of the scene of the battle just now. A trace of fear spread from the bottom of their hearts without any reason. Chernzong flew at top speed. Although he was on the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, where he was more compatible with heaven and earth, and could unleash more powerful attacks than ordinary top demon emperors, and was invincible, the Earth Demon Abyss was the Earth Demon Abyss after all. It belonged to the demon race, and he was a human. Chapter 1151. The sky of the Kanglan continent was dark, as if it was covered by dark clouds. A sword light flew past the dark clouds at a shocking speed, leaving behind a vacuum that only dissipated after a long time. As Chernzong flew, he carefully sensed heaven and earth to increase his compatibility with the Kanglan world. The higher his compatibility, the more heaven and earth power he could use, and the less restrictions he would be under. He was like a fish in water. After leaving the demon-suppressing fortress, Chernzong entered the Bright Sword continent and did not stop. He flew across the sky and quickly headed towards the ultimate martial continent. At the border of the ultimate martial continent, eldest senior brother Tanghua was overseeing. In his hands, there were other supplementary materials for refining the demonic poison antidote. Thinking that the demonic poison antidote was about to be refined, Chernzong felt an indescribable excitement. As long as the demonic poison antidote was refined, his master, the Mountain Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain, would be able to wake up and recover. His master's kindness was as great as the sky. After entering the Earth Demon Abyss, he had narrowly escaped death. His strength had increased greatly, and his speed had increased greatly. Ordinary Thear-cranked martial artists could not compare to him. The chaotic demonic aura was spreading more widely, which meant that the demonic army was invading more lands. Chernzong flew past quickly, and his spiritual senses swept past. He could feel that the demonic forces were flourishing, but Chernzong did not care. He wanted to wait for the demonic poison antidote to be refined and for his master to wake up and recover before making any plans. Now, nothing was more important than refining the demonic poison antidote to wake his master up and recover. This was his obsession, Chernzong's obsession all along. Over the mountains, over the forests, over the vast lakes. Chernzong entered the ultimate martial continent again, but he was shocked to find that the chaotic demonic aura in the ultimate martial continent was getting thicker. This meant that the demonic forces were getting stronger and were advancing further. His speed increased slightly, and he quickly flew away. As expected, the demonic army was no longer at the border but guarding the middle of the ultimate martial continent. Half of the ultimate martial continent's land had fallen into the hands of the demonic army. The situation was very unfavorable for the human race. If this continued, the ultimate martial continent would fall into the hands of the demonic race in less than a year. The Taiyuan continent would be in danger. However, this situation would not happen because he was back. The demon resistance army was fighting fiercely with the demon race army. Blood was raining down, and there were countless casualties. It was extremely tragic. Other than the titled emperors and the demon emperors, everyone else joined the battle. If even the titled devil emperors were to join the fray, it would mean an all-out battle. Chernzong scanned the battlefield with his soul sense and saw the situation clearly. The anti-demon army was at a disadvantage. They were gradually being suppressed, and more of them were dying. 100 Shredder Fiend slaves were like sharp killing machines, crazily harvesting the lives of human warriors like cutting grass. It could be seen that each of the Shredder demon slaves had the strength of the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm, which was equivalent to 100 7th level Sky Profound Realm warriors. This was the reason why the demon army could gain the upper hand. The Shredder Fiend slave was a war weapon carefully cultivated by the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. When placed on the battlefield, it was incomparably terrifying and unparalleled. Even human experts at the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm couldn't fight against them, unless they were geniuses. The ultimate martial continent's anti-demon army was forced to retreat. They lost half of the ultimate martial continent's land. It was also because of the reinforcement of the Shredder demon slaves. Not only the ultimate martial continent, the other continents were also in the same situation. The Shredder demon slaves and giant demon slaves were simply too terrifying, too tyrannical. Damn it! In the anti-demon army, a group of generals were watching the massacre, but they couldn't do anything. They were furious and powerless. This kind of feeling was like torture. It was extremely uncomfortable. Most of the generals were not as powerful as the Shredder demon slaves. Once they went up against them, they would die. The position of a general was very important. Without the command of a general, the army would become a pile of loose sand. The human race is in danger. An old general sighed sadly. The demon race was too terrifying. They were creatures that were born for war. They were inherently stronger than the human race. A Shredder demon slave approached and slashed with both of its blades. None of the human warriors could resist it. They were all chopped into pieces. Blood rained down. Tang Guo's long blade slashed continuously. The blade light swept out like a fan, killing dozens of demon warriors. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. A strong sense of danger seemed to explode from the depth of his soul. Driven by the instinct of countless life and death battles, Tang Guo's speed burst out. He quickly moved to the side. A jet-black blade light that was so terrifying that it seemed as if it could tear the heaven and earth apart. That kind of pressure and coldness made Tang Guo shudder. Almost, just a little bit more, he would have been hit by the jet-black blade light. All of his defense would have been torn apart and killed in an instant. After evading the extremely dangerous slash, Tang Guo quickly turned around to look. He saw a tall and big pitch-black silhouette rapidly approaching him. The silhouette's two blades continuously slashed out extremely terrifying pitch-black blade lights, tearing apart everything in its path and sweeping everything in its path. The silhouette was unstoppable as it charged towards Tang Guo. Shredder demon slave. Tang Guo's face changed dramatically. He was at the 4th level of the Sky Profound Realm. In terms of strength, he was stronger than the ordinary warriors at the 4th level of the Sky Profound Realm, but he hadn't reached the 5th level of the Sky Profound Realm yet. However, this Shredder demon slave was at least at the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm. That blade attack just now wasn't aimed at him, it was just the aftermath. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it at all and would have been killed instantly. Tang Guo had seen it with his own eyes. When these Shredder demon slaves were thrown into the battlefield, that kind of terrifying massacre was also witnessed. A human warrior at the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm was cut into 4 pieces in less than 10 moves. It was extremely bloody. The speed of the Shredder demon slaves was extremely fast. After killing hundreds of human warriors, it approached Tang Guo and slashed with both of its blades. The intersecting blade light seemed to tear the void apart. The jet-black cross-shaped blade light emitted incomparably gloomy coldness, tearing the earth apart and cutting the sky apart. Tang Guo realized that his body had become stiff and he couldn't react at all. That was because the cross-shaped blade light was too fast. It was faster than his body could react. When the cross-shaped blade light arrived, Tang Guo would be cut into pieces in the next breath and die a miserable death. Even if he was going to die, Tang Guo would never accept his fate. In this desperate situation, his strength burst out, exceeding his limit, and he slashed with the most brilliant blade attack of his life. A blade attack that could break the sky and shock the world. However, the blade light that was slashed out was shattered by the jet-black cross-shaped blade light in an instant. It was like a hot knife through butter. It couldn't resist at all. The cross-shaped blade light approached. Even though the extreme pressure of the blade landed on Tang Guo's body first, Tang Guo felt that his protective spiritual energy was torn apart in an instant. The pain of being cut open quickly spread throughout his body, directly into his soul. He couldn't help but shudder. He couldn't control it. It was a reaction that originated from the deepest part of his body. It was a great terror that originated from the deepest part of his soul. I'm going to die. In an instant, Tang Guo thought of his master, the master of the Blue Feather Mountain, and his junior martial brother, Chern Zong. He didn't know if his master's demonic poison could be cured in the end. What a pity! When the pitch-black cross-shaped blade light was only an inch away from him, Tang Guo could clearly feel the cold and overbearing aura that was being emitted from it. An extremely frightening killing intent was constantly attacking his mind. That blade light seemed to be made of black divine gold. However, that cross-shaped blade light stopped. It was as if time and space were frozen. In a hundredth of an instant, under Tang Guo's gaze, the first crack appeared on the jet-black cross-shaped blade light. More and more cracks appeared on it, and it shattered. Looking through the shattered blade light, Tang Guo's pupils couldn't help but contract. That terrifying Shredder demon slave was slashed in half by an extremely dazzling light. An astonishing sword aura burst out, instantly killing it. In less than a hundredth of an instant, a Shredder demon slave that had killed an unknown number of human martial artists was turned into pieces of flesh and blood, completely disappearing from the world. The change happened so fast that Tang Guo couldn't react in time. Immediately, beams of sword light shot down from the sky. It was vast and mighty, like a sudden downpour, or like a lingering cloud and mist, gathering the clouds and rain. Under the sword light, 100 terrifying Shredder demon slaves couldn't resist at all. They were all slashed and turned into powder. Many powerful demon race warriors were also annihilated by this sword light. In the blink of an eye, the demon race army was blasted open, creating a huge vacuum that was at least 10,000 meters wide. Thousands of demon race warriors died. Who is it? The titled Thearchs of the Demon Resistance Army were shocked. Such power was definitely at the level of Thearchs, but they hadn't even made a move yet. The titled Thearchs of the human race actually dared to make a move. The demon Thearchs of the demon race were enraged. Originally, if the battle continued, it was still unknown whether the titled Thearchs and demon Thearchs would make a move. After all, once they made a move, it would mean that the battle would be over. They could only fight to the death. Even if the demon race could win, they wouldn't be able to do so easily. They would definitely suffer great losses. According to the strategy of the demon race, they had to fight steadily and surely. They had to achieve the greatest results with the least losses. As for the titled thearchs of the human race, they naturally didn't want to start a war like this. After all, the situation was disadvantageous to the human race. If they could drag it out, perhaps there would be a chance for them to turn the situation around. However, now that a thearch-ranked martial artist had actually made a move, this balance was broken. The three demon thearchs were enraged. They flew out from the demon race's camp and instantly made a move. An extremely frightening aura covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing, causing all the living beings on the battlefield to stop in their track. Once the demon thearchs were enraged, corpses would float for thousands of miles. On the side of the human race, the three titled thearchs also exploded with frightening auras. No matter what, at this point, they had no choice but to make a move. Otherwise, the demon resistance army of the human race would be defeated by the demon thearch. At this moment, a figure flew across the sky and charged towards the three demon thearchs at an astonishing speed. A sword pierced through the sky. That sword light was extremely bright, and one couldn't look directly at it. The three demon thearchs were stunned. From that sword light, they could feel an indomitable and frightening aura. It suppressed everything and killed everything. It was unstoppable. The three demon thearchs' expressions changed drastically. They were a mid-grade demon thearch and two low-grade demon thearchs. They were very strong here, but in front of this sword light, they couldn't help but tremble. This aura was no longer at the level of an ordinary mid-grade demon thearch. It was beyond that. There was no way to go against it. Even if there was no way to go against it, they had to go against it. They exploded with all their might. Their demonic powers were earth-shattering, and it was as if they could shatter the vacuum. The three demon thearchs attacked together and unleashed their most powerful attack. Streaks of black marks spread in all directions. Dark clouds rolled, and it was as if a mountain had collapsed. The aura was astonishing, and it could destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 1152. A beam of sword light, majestic and mighty, traversed across the sky. It was as if thick ink had been drawn by a heavy brush, eternal and everlasting. The three demon thearchs' powerful counterattack was directly torn apart, defeated, and dissipated under this majestic sword light. The three demon thearchs' bodies trembled as if they were struck by lightning. Demon blood spurted out from their mouths like water. The sword light arrived and slashed across, cutting the three demon thearchs in half at the waist. The strongest was only a mid-stage demon thearch. In front of Chunzong, they were nothing at all. Using the blood refinement technique, the three demon thearchs were directly refined into blood pearls by Chunzong. This scene was too horrifying and too shocking. The three human thearchs were about to attack, but their condensed power dissipated instantly. All of them opened their mouths wide and were stunned. They were more or less clear about the strength of the three demon thearchs. If they really fought, they would at most be on par or even at a disadvantage. However, such powerful demon thearchs died just like that. They were killed by a sword in the sky in front of everyone's eyes. With the death of the three demon thearchs, the demon army's morale was greatly reduced. They fell into an irreversible defeat. Kill, kill, kill. Take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. The demon army threw away their armor and fled in panic. Chen Zong stood in the sky and looked down at the ground. He casually sent out beams of sword chi, killing the demon race's formidable martial artists one by one. In this battle, the human race would definitely win. The demon army would be completely annihilated. After the shock, the three thearchs also attacked. Since the demon thearchs were already dead, there was no problem. They just had to kill. With four thearchs attacking, the killing sped up. In just a short hour, the demon army was completely annihilated. This was the biggest loss the demon race had suffered since they came to the surface. Chunzong descended from the sky and landed in front of the three thearchs. Martial Emperor Ji, Martial Emperor Jingwu, and Martial Emperor Gyuan. Among them, The extreme martial emperor was a mid-level emperor-level expert of the extreme martial heavenly sect. The righteous martial emperor was also a low-level emperor-level expert of the extreme martial heavenly sect. Emperor Guyen was a low-level emperor-level expert of the extreme martial heavenly sect. The three titled monarchs stared at Chen Zong with fear in their eyes. Especially Emperor Zhengwu and Emperor Guyen. Apart from being fearful, they were even more shocked, because they all recognized Chen Zong. His face didn't change much compared to before. Emperor Zhengwu, thank you for your help that day. Chen Zong nodded and smiled at Emperor Zhengwu. It's nothing. Emperor Zhengwu hurriedly laughed. He even suspected that Chen Zong hadn't shown his true strength that day. Otherwise, how could he be chased by a low-level devil emperor? Or perhaps, in a short period of time, Chen Zong had a fortuitous encounter, and his strength skyrocketed to the extreme, allowing him to kill a mid-level demon emperor. Emperor Guyuan's eyes flickered. He thought of the previous scene. Chen Zong held a long sword in his hand, which was burning with golden flames. It was definitely that sword that allowed Chen Zong to possess such powerful strength. Chen Zong's cultivation was only at the heavenly mystic realm. If he could get that sword, it wouldn't be impossible for him to have the strength of a high-level thearch-ranked martial artist. Thinking of this, Emperor Guyuan's heart was burning. Suddenly, a cold gaze landed on Emperor Guyuan, causing him to be shocked. That was Chen Zong's gaze. Emperor Guyuan, you're still coveting the treasures on me, Chen Zong said bluntly, his tone cold. Chen Zong didn't like Emperor Guyuan very much. Not only was he unjust, he even coveted Chen Zong's fortuitous encounter. One had to know that Chen Zong was a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, and Emperor Guyuan was a titled monarch of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. According to this situation, Emperor Guyuan should be more protective of his sect's disciples. Now, he actually didn't give up and was still coveting the treasures on Chen Zong's body, the crimson flame sharp sword. Chen Zong, I'm not coveting it. You're not a titled monarch. With the treasures, you'll at least have the strength of a mid-level titled monarch. If you give the treasures to a titled monarch, you'll definitely have the strength of a high-level titled monarch. At that time, you'll be able to kill more demon thearchs and save the human race from danger, Emperor Guyuan said righteously, as if he represented the hearts of thousands of martial artists. Martial Emperor Ji and Martial Emperor Zhengwu's eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything. To be honest, they were also very tempted, but they also knew the importance of the treasures and the previous scene. The three demon thearchs were killed directly without any resistance. The righteous Emperor Guyuan seemed to be blessed by divine light, and he looked extremely righteous. Chen Zong sneered and asked, "Then, if I hand over the treasures, who should I give them to? You're a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, and I'm a titled monarch of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Naturally, you'll give them to me," Emperor Guyuan said as a matter of fact. Okay. Chen Zong's answer stunned Emperor Guyuan at first, then he was overjoyed. He stood on the moral high ground and spoke righteously. In fact, he didn't have much hope, but he didn't expect Chen Zong to agree. He was very excited. As long as he held this sword, his strength would definitely skyrocket. His eyes were definitely not wrong. You just need to take one of my sword attacks. Chen Zong stretched out a finger and said to Emperor Guyuan calmly, "If you want to get the scarlet flame sharp sword, you just need to take one of my sword attacks. This is the condition." You! Emperor Guyuan was stunned at first, then he was furious. A strong sense of difference made him unable to accept it. One sword attack. How could he take it? Thinking about the three demon thearchs, they were killed by one sword attack. His strength was not bad, but he couldn't be compared to the three demon thearchs. He couldn't take that sword attack at all. Don't worry, I'll only use a superior grade spirit weapon. Chen Zong smiled slightly, and a trace of light flashed in his eyes. Superior grade spirit weapon. Emperor Guyuan, Emperor Zhengwu, and Emperor Ji were both stunned. They didn't understand. Immediately, Emperor Guyuan's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Chen Zong was very strong. He killed 3 demon thearchs with one sword attack. Whether it was with the help of a treasure or something else, at least in many people's eyes, he was very strong. Since he was strong, he had his pride. If he simply handed over the treasure to Emperor Guyuan, the pride in his heart wouldn't be justified. Since that was the case, he proposed to use a superior-grade spirit weapon to attack. Emperor Guyuan would be able to get the treasure if he took it. This child was teachable. Emperor Guyuan couldn't help but nod secretly. For a moment, his impression of Chen Zong changed. He made up his mind to not make things difficult for him after he got the treasure. A sword light flashed, and a long sword appeared in Chen Zong's hand. It was the superior-grade spirit sword that he had obtained after joining the demon assassin army. He had never used it before. With the sword in hand, the sword aura covered 10,000 meters and was unstoppable. This sword, was Chen Zong going easy on him? No. Without the red flame-sharp sword, Chen Zong could unleash the strength of a thearch-ranked martial artist. He raised the long sword in front of him and focused his gaze. It was incomparably awe-inspiring. A trace of light flowed in his eyes. A terrifying aura of sharpness rushed to the sky, tearing apart the dark clouds within 10,000 miles. The sharpness of the sword, the sharpness of the sword, the dominance of the sword, the unparalleled sword, without using the red flame-sharp sword, Chen Zong felt a kind of purity. It was as if he had broken free from the shackles and jumped out of the cage, rising to a new height. Dragon power surged and spiritual power surged. The two completely different forces merged into one under the control of the sword with the heart. Heart-calming sword. With a sword attack, it went straight for the center. His mind was stable, and he was unmoved by external things and invulnerable to evil. A thin sword light slashed out like a thread. It seemed straight, but it was actually winding. Wherever it passed, the wind stopped and the heart froze. Emperor Guyuan only felt that his mind was stable as if a cool breeze was blowing on his face. It was indescribable. Immediately, he was shocked. How could he have such a stable feeling? Immediately, his hair stood on end. Emperor Guyuan immediately broke free and unleashed all his strength. With a loud roar, he attacked with all his might. If he didn't attack with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to block this sword. The sword light pierced through the air. It was as light as a feather and as nimble as a floating cloud. It gently landed on Emperor Guyuan's saber. Suddenly, it shook and unleashed an unparalleled terrifying force, crazily attacking. Chen Zong's dragon power and spiritual power were incomparably pure. They were far beyond the limits of the profound sky realm and comparable to low-level thearchs. His control of the power of heaven and earth was also not inferior to thearchs. The reason why he hadn't reached thearchs was because his cultivation wasn't enough. But at this moment, cultivation wasn't the limit. When the two extremely pure forces merged, they became several times stronger and even more terrifying. Even the middle-level Thearch extreme martial emperor looked serious. Boom! A terrifying force exploded. The shocking sword aura wreaked havoc in all directions, tearing a hole in the sky. Under this sword, Emperor Guyuan's body was pushed back hundreds of meters before he stopped. His blood surged, and he couldn't help but spit it out. The blood mist filled the air, faintly containing a trace of shocking sword aura. Emperor Guyuan's face was pale, and he was shocked. He couldn't imagine that his saber-wielding arm was trembling uncontrollably. He was extremely shocked and horrified. Didn't he rely on treasures to have thearch strength? Why was he able to unleash such a terrifying attack with just a superior-grade spirit sword? Emperor Guyuan knew that he definitely didn't see wrongly. That was a superior-grade spirit sword. It was even a standard superior-grade spirit sword issued by the demon assassin army. Look, you can't even take one of my sword attacks. Chen Zong pulled out a sword flower. That sword flower bloomed in the void and didn't dissipate for a long time. He spoke neither slowly nor quickly, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Hearing Chen Zong's words, Emperor Guyuan's face changed again. It was as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by a sword, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. This was a lesson that Chen Zong was giving to Emperor Guyuan. Don't use your status to order the disciples of the sect around. Of course, Chen Zong didn't have the intention to kill Emperor Guyuan. After all, he was a Dharch of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. He was very important. Chen Zong wouldn't stay in the Tai Yuan Heaven sect forever. After finishing what he had to do, he would leave here and return to the Lingwu sacred world. Moreover, Emperor Guyuan had been unfair to him and coveted his treasures. However, he didn't do much. It was enough to teach him a lesson. Emperor Guyuan, who was so angry that he spat out blood, was furious. However, he didn't dare to do anything. He couldn't figure out Chen Zong's strength. Moreover, Chen Zong still had that treasure with him. Once he used it, Emperor Guyuan would definitely not be his match. He could only temporarily give up on killing him. Seeing Emperor Guyuan leave angrily, the people below were speechless. No one said anything. Putting themselves in his shoes, Emperor Guyuan would definitely be very unhappy that his treasures were coveted. Justice was on Chen Zong's side. Chapter 1153. Chen Zong and Tang Guo held their breaths, and a pitch-black water droplet floated in front of them. It was like a flawless black gem, and it seemed to have devoured the light around it. It also attracted Chen Zong and Tang Guo's gazes. The antidote to the demonic poison. After gathering all the demonic herbs and following the method recorded on the scroll, they finally succeeded in refining the antidote to the demonic poison. Junior Marshal Brother, let's return to the sect. Tang Guo could not stop trembling and was extremely excited. Let's go, Chen Zong said directly. He summoned the flying white cloud. Although he did not deliberately cultivate it, the flying white cloud increased in size with Chen Zong's improvement in all aspects. It now had a radius of 5 meters. The flying white cloud carried Chen Zong and Tang Guo and flew toward the Tai Yuan Heaven sect at the fastest speed. They were eager to return home. The 5-meter-long flying white cloud increased Chen Zong's speed by 5% and became much faster. He streaked across the sky, leaving a long white trail that did not disappear for a long time. Once they returned to the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, the two brothers rushed toward Mount Tianyuan. Chen Zong and Tang Guo's positions in the Tai Yuan Heaven sect were both elders. The antidote to the demonic poison. The Tai Yuan Heaven sect master was stunned at first, then he became excited. Mount Tianyuan and Mount Songyu were competitors, but the Mount Songyu and the Tai Yuan Heaven sect master were of the same generation. Although they did not have a close relationship, they were still fellow disciples. After the elders received the news, they all rushed over. Senior Marshal Brother. Chen Zong patted Tang Guo's shoulder. Tang Guo took a deep breath and took out the antidote for the demonic poison. He stuffed it into the mouth of the Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord. Then, he gently patted the Mountain Lord's chest and used a gentle force to make the antidote for the demonic poison enter his stomach and dissolve it. The elders all held their breaths and watched. They did not dare to make the slightest sound for fear of causing a negative impact. The power of the antidote to the demonic poison spread throughout his body. Everyone could clearly see that the greenish-black color on the Mount Songyu's body gradually faded and returned to normal. The cold aura also dissipated. The vitality of the Mount Songyu's body became rich and vigorous. Moments later, the Green Feather Mountain Lord's eyelids trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. It was as if he had not seen light for far too long. Once he opened his eyes, he immediately closed them because he was not used to it. After a while, he opened his eyes again and gradually got used to the light that he had not seen for a long time. The Dark Feather Mountain Lord didn't know, nor could he imagine, that so many major events had happened while he was unconscious for so long. For a time, they couldn't help but sigh. What shocked him even more was that his youngest disciple, Chernzong, had actually grown so quickly. Now, according to his eldest disciple, Tanghua, his third disciple, Chernzong, although not a Dharch, had the strength of a Dharch and had defeated Emperor Gu Yuan head-on. It was like a big joke played by the heavens. Mountain Lord Bluefeather even felt like he was dreaming. He had not woken up at all. But the truth was the truth, and he quickly accepted it. Subsequently, Mountain Lord Bluefeather's cultivation recovered and reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. Then, he welcomed a breakthrough and reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. The antidote to the demonic poison wasn't as simple as getting rid of the demonic poison. One had to know that the 3 main ingredients, the blood essence of the demonic dragon's heart, the purgatory demonic soul flower, and the earth-een mysterious nether liquid, were all extremely high-grade treasures. They were used by the demonic race as demonic medicines to increase cultivation and strength. The antidote to the demonic poison that was refined with the 3 main ingredients and many auxiliary ingredients was essentially a type of elixir. After getting rid of the demonic poison, the remaining energy was enough to increase cultivation, strengthen spiritual senses, and physique. After breaking through to the 8th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm, the power of the antidote to the demonic poison had not completely disappeared. Instead, it was hidden in Mountain Lord Bluefeather's body. As he cultivated, it would be constantly stimulated, allowing Mountain Lord Bluefeather's cultivation to increase faster. It would also further strengthen his physique and spiritual senses, allowing him to have a stronger physique and spiritual senses than human cultivators of the same level. After staying in the Taiyuan Heaven sect for a few days and accompanying his master, Chernzong set off again. Now that one of the goals of returning to the Kanglan world had been accomplished, Chernzong felt a lot more relaxed. As for settling the grudge with Maniac, it was probably impossible because Maniac had died in the Earth Demon Abyss. Since Maniac was dead, Chernzong let go of this grudge. There was no need to hold on to it. Now, it was time to clean up the demonic army and demonic forces on the Kanglan continent. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't a half-step expert, he had nothing to fear. A loud boom tore through the air. Chernzong flew off into the distance under the gazes of his master and the group of elders. They already knew about the battle situation in the ultimate martial continent. They also knew about Chernzong's amazing record of killing 3 demon emperors with one sword. They also knew about Chernzong's powerful strength that repelled Emperor Gu Yuan with one sword. As for Emperor Gu Yuan, after being defeated by Chernzong, he returned to the Taiyuan Heaven sect and went into seclusion because it was too embarrassing. Another emperor-level powerhouse, Emperor Hongyuan, personally met with Chernzong. After that, Chernzong was appointed as the supreme elder of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. His status was above the mountain masters and equal to Emperor Gu Yuan and Emperor Hongyuan. Emperor Hongyuan was a mid-level emperor-level powerhouse and the strongest person in the Taiyuan Heaven sect. His words were equivalent to an imperial edict. Moreover, the battle in the ultimate martial continent also proved Chernzong's powerful strength. Supreme Elder. This stop was Ming Sword Continent. I wonder how the situation in Ming Sword Continent has been during this period of time? Is the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Guild still around? Chernzong's speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he flew across the sky and entered Ming Sword Continent. He headed straight for the headquarters of the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Guild. Once he arrived at the headquarters, Chernzong was shocked. This place had long been abandoned. It was like a wasteland. Everywhere was broken. It was obvious that an intense battle had taken place here. Faintly, he could even see dried dark red bloodstains. What was going on? Chernzong quickly calmed down. Following the traces, he started to speculate. It was obvious that this place had been discovered by the demon race. They had attacked, and a bloody battle had taken place. After the bloody battle, the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Guild was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Chernzong speculated that the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Guild had not been destroyed. There were still people alive. Following the traces left behind, Chernzong started to track them down. His powerful spiritual senses and extremely sharp senses gave Chernzong amazing tracking abilities. He continued to track them down and almost traversed the entire Ming Sword continent. His spiritual senses swept out. Chernzong's spiritual senses were so strong that even Thear-cranked martial artists could not compare to them. There was nothing he could not see. Over there. His eyes lit up. Chernzong's body moved as fast as lightning. Amidst the barren hills and turbulent rivers, there was an abandoned karst cave a few hundred meters underground. Chernzong quickly entered and saw the members of the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Guild. There were not many of them, only a few hundred. Most of them were injured. Who is it? Chernzong's sudden arrival shocked the few hundred people. One by one, they released their terrifying auras. Their auras were desperate and determined. They wanted to perish together. It's me. Chernzong spoke. His voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone could see clearly that it was Chernzong. Everyone relaxed. Chernzong quickly understood what had happened. A sliver of killing intent surged from his heart. It turned into a killing intent tornado that engulfed the entire karst cave. Instantly, the few hundred people felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. They shivered in fear. Horrifying. Too horrifying. How many people did he have to kill to have this level of killing intent? Little did they know that this was only less than 10% of his killing intent. If he released all of it, who knew how terrifying it would be? Chernzong also realized the impact his killing intent had on the others. He immediately restrained it. Even so, everyone was sweating profusely. They were terrified. The reason why they were so furious was because of the news Chernzong heard. Ban Zhongquan was not dead. In fact, he had become even stronger. With the help of the demon emperors, he found the headquarters of the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Guild and attacked directly. The Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Guild was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Jitian Jiandi heavily injured a demon emperor but was killed on the spot. The other guild leader, Duan Guchuan, delayed the enemy so that everyone could escape. He was captured alive. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon No, it should be Azure Dragon Jiandi who led the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Guild to escape. He tried his best to preserve his strength. Now, Azure Dragon Jiandi had left to gather information and see if there was any chance of rescuing Duan Guchuan. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Chernzong sat down and tried to calm himself down. However, he still could not help but feel sad. Jitian Jiandi was dead. Jitian Jiandi wanted to take him in as a disciple but was rejected. Jitian Jiandi then gave him the Extreme Heaven Sword Dao. Jitian Jiandi had died for the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Guild. Duan Guchuan's guild leader had been captured alive. With Ban Zhongquan's character, if Senior Duan Guchun was captured alive, who knew what kind of torture he would suffer? Thinking about it, a sliver of killing intent rose in his heart. Getting up, Chernzong walked out of the cave and headed straight for the demon race army. Azure Dragon Jiandi was just a low-leveled arch who had just broken through not long ago. Among the Thear-cranked martial artists, he was one of the weaker ones. If the demon race discovered his whereabouts, he would be hunted down by the demon Tharch. Chernzong burst out at full speed, streaking across the sky like a meteor. He did not conceal his aura at all as he flew towards the demon army at full speed. He was so brazen and open that he wanted to attract the attention of the demon race. Until now, Chernzong was not afraid of the top-notch demon Tharch. He could definitely fight him and even defeat him. In short, Unless a half-saint martial artist intervened, Chern Zong could do whatever he wanted on the Kanglan continent. Strength was confidence. The stronger one was, the more confidence one would have. With an extremely restrained killing intent, Chern Zong rushed towards the demon race army. Although the Bright Sword continent was not small, Chern Zong was extremely fast. Soon, he was near the demon race army. He could clearly feel the dense chaotic demonic aura. Ban Zhongquan, come out and accept your death. Before Chern Zong arrived, his voice turned into rolling thunder that reverberated in the sky. It swept across and exploded in the devil army, causing the devils to tremble in fear. Who was it? Who was so bold as to challenge the demon race army? Azure Dragon Jiandi, who was hiding in the surroundings to scout the situation, was also dumbfounded. Who was it? Who was it that was so bold as to challenge Ban Zhongquan and ask him to come out and accept his death? This voice is somewhat familiar. Azure Dragon Jiandi thought to himself. He looked up and saw a figure rapidly approaching. It was Chern Zong. Chapter 1154. Dark clouds filled the sky, covering the sun and the sky, darkening the earth. Chaotic demon chi lingered like clouds, spreading in all directions, cold and gloomy. Chern Zong, leave quickly. Azure Dragon Jiandi immediately transmitted his voice to Chern Zong. At the same time, he moved like an azure dragon swinging its tail, flying toward Chern Zong, not bothering to hide his whereabouts. The consequence of doing so would be to be discovered by the demon clan and be hunted down by the demon clan expert. However, Chern Zong was a junior that he had high hopes for, and he would not let anything happen to him. He would rather give up his life to let Chern Zong leave safely. In fact, Chern Zong had already discovered Azure Dragon Jiandi's hiding place, and had also discovered Azure Dragon Jiandi. Seeing Azure Dragon Jiandi appear, Chern Zong was not surprised, but rather moved. On the demon clan's side, powerful auras shot up to the sky, cold, mysterious, and domineering. Boom! 3 of the most powerful auras shot up to the sky. 3 powerful martial monarchs also flew across the sky from 3 different directions. They were like 3 different colored lightning bolts, carrying extremely terrifying auras as they arrived with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Tongshan Demon King, Blood Shadow Demon Emperor, Ban Zhongquan. On the devil race's side, the 3 titled monarch experts had all appeared. The army formed by the devil race's experts also appeared in the surroundings, forming a dense encirclement. An extremely terrifying aura locked onto Chern Zong and the Azure Dragon Sword Emperor. Azure Dragon Jiandi's expression was ugly, and he was terrified. His powerful aura continued to rise, carrying with it a trace of determination. Chern Zong, I will try my best to hold them back for a moment, and you try your best to leave, Azure Dragon Jiandi said. Under such circumstances, wanting to leave this place alive had become an extravagant hope. However, they could only do their best. If Chern Zong was given enough time to grow, it wouldn't be difficult for him to fight against these 3 titled martial emperors in the future. But now it was still too early. Senior, don't worry. Leave it to me, Chern Zong said calmly. The confidence in his words shocked Azure Dragon Jiandi, but it also calmed him down. It was as if Chern Zong had his reasons for saying so, and he had the ability to deal with the situation at hand. So it's you. The Tongshan Demon King's expression darkened when he saw Chern Zong. Back then, it was this person who had injured the Blood Prison Demon. However, the Tongshan Demon King still did not know that the Blood Prison Demon had already been devoured by the Ban Zhongquan. The moment Ban Zhongquan saw Chern Zong, he was stunned for a moment, then a sinister smile appeared on his face. Just nice, he came at the right time. Just when he was struggling to find this person, he unexpectedly delivered himself to his doorstep. The Blood Shadow Demon Emperor was a demon emperor who had come from the demon-suppressing fortress not long ago. He was a mid-level demon emperor from the blood demon race. His scarlet eyes stared at Chernzong, and a bloody light filled the air, as if he wanted to see through Chernzong, but he could not understand him. The scarlet flame-sharp sword was unsheathed and golden flames soared into the sky. At the same time, a terrifying sharpness exploded from Chernzong's body and soared into the clouds. It pierced through countless chaotic demonic chi and shattered layers of dark clouds, forming a huge whirlpool. The power was shocking Azure Dragon Jiandi, and the three titled emperors from the demon race. Kill. Attack, no mercy. One sword to calm the heart. Wind stop, void congeal, mind calm, no distracting thoughts. After refining the blood beads of the demon race, Chernzong's body refinement cultivation broke through again, reaching mid-stage Dragon Force Realm 9th layer. Naturally, his overall strength had also improved. Unfortunately, his chi refining cultivation was still at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, making it difficult for him to improve. Sword light distorted in the air, causing Ban Zhongquan, the Tongshan Demon King, and the Blood Shadow Demon Emperor to feel that this sword was aimed at them and that they could not dodge, only defend. However, it was difficult for them to feel the power of this sword. It did not seem to be strong. Break! The Tongshan Demon King roared and suddenly punched out, his fist covered in a bronze light, as if it could shatter a mountain, tyrannical and tyrannical. With a loud bang, this fist was like a meteor hitting the air, bursting with endless ripples, wreaking havoc in all directions. The violent fist collided with the sword, but the fist did not shatter the sword light, nor did it cancel out and cause a huge explosion. Instead, the astonishing fist was instantly torn apart by the sword light. The power of the sword light was not weakened in the slightest, and it directly swept through the air. The Tongshan Demon King's astonishing defense was completely useless, as if it was made of paper, easily torn apart, splitting it in two from the chest. The terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc in the Tongshan Demon King's body, instantly killing it. Activating the blood refining technique, the Tongshan Demon King's blood essence was refined into blood beads, which flew to Chernzong and stored in his storage ring. Too fast. From Chernzong's sword strike to the Tongshan Demon King's fist strike to the Tongshan Demon King's blood beads, less than a breath of time had passed. It was so fast that it was beyond everyone's expectations, and so was the result. The Tongshan Demon King was dead, killed by a single sword strike. The Azure Dragon Jiandi's face was also filled with shock, and his mind was frozen. How long had it been? Chernzong actually had the power to kill a demon emperor. The Blood Shadow Demon Emperor and Ban Zhongquan were both shocked. Ban Zhongquan stared at the crimson flame sword in Chernzong's hand, and his eyes flashed repeatedly. He believed that Chernzong was able to kill the Tongshan Demon King because of the power of that sword. If he could succeed, his strength would definitely increase explosively. Chernzong did not show any joy after killing the Tongshan Demon King with a single sword strike. It was only natural. The second sword strike was unleashed. It was the heart-calming sword. This sword strike was aimed at the Blood Shadow Demon Emperor. The Blood Shadow Demon Emperor found that he could not dodge at all. No matter how he moved, that sword strike was always locked onto him. In fact, he even felt a sense of calmness, and he did not want to use his power to resist. However, the Blood Shadow Demon Emperor's willpower was extremely firm, and he immediately broke free from this influence and unleashed his full power. The blood-red clouds rippled incessantly, and it was as if a blood-red ocean had blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The sword light flashed, and it tore through the blood-red ocean, charging toward the Blood Shadow Demon Emperor with unstoppable force. When there was a huge gap in strength, all resistance was useless. Even if the Blood Shadow Demon Emperor used all his strength and even unleashed a secret technique, he still could not block Chen Zong's sword strike. The sword cut him in half at the waist. However, the blood demon race had a unique talent. Even if they were cut in half at the waist, they would not die. Instead, they would turn into streaks of blood-red light and fly into the distance. This kind of blood escape would damage one's foundation, but it was still better than death. If one's foundation was damaged and their strength was greatly reduced, as long as there was a suitable opportunity, they could still slowly recover. This was especially true for the blood demon race. As long as they had enough essence blood, they could recover to their original state and even improve further. The Blood Shadow Demon Emperor's idea was very good, but the reality was very cruel. In front of an absolute gap in strength, he had no chance of escaping at all. The second sword strike was unleashed. It was not a sword light, but a purple flame that erupted. There were specks of black starlight flickering within the flame, and it was incomparably resplendent. Boom! The blood-red light that filled the sky was burned in an instant, and in an instant, it turned into ashes and disappeared between heaven and earth. An extremely mournful scream resounded through heaven and earth, and it made one's soul tremble. The group of demons were inexplicably shocked, and Ban Zhongquan almost peed in his pants. During this period of time, Ban Zhongquan's strength had increased greatly, and he had reached the mid-level emperor level. He had become even more powerful, but he also knew that he was about the same as the Blood Shadow Demon Emperor. Even the Blood Shadow Demon Emperor was killed by one sword strike. If it were him, he would not be able to withstand 2 or 3 sword strike. Run. Ban Zhongquan was very good at judging the situation. Once he realized that something was wrong, he immediately left. Where do you think you're going? Chen Zong's tyrannical aura directly locked onto Ban Zhongquan. It seemed that as long as Ban Zhongquan made the slightest move, he would immediately attack with his sword. Ban Zhongquan did not dare to move. This kind of aura was really too terrifying. The surrounding demon race army also did not dare to make a move. They were all intimidated. Even the 2 demon emperors had been cleanly killed. If they made a move, they would only be on the path to death. Run. In an instant, there were demons who fled. The demon race was ferocious, and they were born with extraordinary strength. However, not all demons were fearless of death. The moment a demon fled, it immediately shook the morale of the other demons, and more demons began to flee. However, Chen Zong did not care. Ban Zhongquan was the main point. If a few low-level and mid-level demons wanted to escape, then let them escape. It would not affect anything. Ban Zhongquan, have you thought about it? How do you want to die? Chen Zong's voice sounded again. It was neither fast nor slow, but it made Ban Zhongquan feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. Chen Zong did not give Ban Zhongquan a chance to speak. He swung his sword. The sword light tore through the sky and cut off Ban Zhongquan's left arm. This sword is for Senior Duan Guchuan. The second sword slashed out and cut off Ban Zhongquan's right arm. This sword is for the people of the Extreme Sky Association who were harmed by you. Ban Zhongquan roared. He wanted to fight back, but it was useless. He was defeated and suppressed by Chen Zong. The third sword slashed out and cut off Ban Zhongquan's legs. This sword is for the humans of the Bright Sword Continent. The fourth sword slashed through Ban Zhongquan's chest and heart. This sword is for Senior Tong Tianjiendi. The fourth sword slashed out. Ban Zhongquan was still alive, but he was suffering. The terrifying sword chi was crazily twisting and killing in his body. The fifth sword slashed out and went for Ban Zhongquan's neck. This sword is for the greater good of the human race. As the sword light passed through, Ban Zhongquan's head was directly cut off. He died instantly. Chen Zong did not even refine Ban Zhongquan's essence blood into blood beads. It was too dirty and he did not care about it. After killing Ban Zhongquan, Chen Zong felt his mind relax a little. It was a wonderful feeling of being free. Kill, kill, kill. The azure dragon Jiendi also woke up and attacked, killing all the demons around them. Although some of the demons had escaped, there were still some who did not fear death. Even if they were killed, they would not retreat. Under the two powerful Thear-cranked martial artists' attacks, apart from those who had escaped, the rest of the demons were all killed. Chunzong used his divine senses to scan the area and entered the demons' camp. He went underground and found the prison where the prisoners were locked up. He also found Duan Guchuan. "I have found Senior Duan," Chunzong said and quickly went forward. The azure dragon Jiendi was still in shock as it hurriedly followed. Until now, he still couldn't react. How did Chunzong's strength become so terrifying in such a short period of time? It was unimaginable and unbelievable. Soon, Chunzong rescued Duan Guchuan. However, he was not happy. Duan Guchuan's cultivation had been crippled by Ban Zhongquan. What's more, he had been brutally tortured by Ban Zhongquan. His entire body was in pain, and he looked very miserable. Chapter 1155. A rainstorm washed away the blood. After the rainstorm, the sky was clear. The dark clouds above Ming's sword continent gradually dispersed, and a hint of blue appeared and spread. Although it was not very fast, it meant that the sky was clear after the rain. After the demon race left, Ming's sword continent's environment was gradually recovering. This was Kanglan World's self-recovery. This scene made Chunzong's heart tremble. It was as if Kanglan World had its own consciousness. It was like a person's body that would naturally resist and repel anything that was harmful to him. After Chunzong's elixir treatment and recuperation, Duan Guchuan woke up. His injuries were also greatly alleviated, and he was slowly recovering. However, his crippled cultivation could not be restored. From now on, Duan Guchuan could only become an ordinary person. From a high and mighty Tharch to an ordinary person in an instant, most people would not be able to accept this. To martial artists, cultivation and strength were extremely important. They were as important as their lives. However, Duan Guchuan was not too sad, nor did he feel despair. Instead, after knowing that Ban Zhongquan had been killed by Chunzong, he felt relieved. This kind of relief made Duan Guchuan's aura become transcendent. Although he had lost his cultivation, his state of mind had become a blessing in disguise. It had risen to a higher level, and his understanding of his own sword Dao had also increased. After a conversation, Duan Guchuan found out about Chunzong's current abilities and was overjoyed from the bottom of his heart. Chunzong was a junior that he thought highly of. No one could compare to him. He was sure that as long as Chunzong was given enough time, he would be able to sweep across the Kanglan continent and be invincible in the future. However, he did not expect that time seemed to have been compressed 1,000 times. Since the last time they parted, Chunzong's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was extremely terrifying. Even Ban Zhongquan, who was a middle-stage Tharch, had been easily killed. Such strength meant that he was at least a high-stage Tharch. In Kanglan World, there were naturally high-stage Tharch martial artists, but there were not many of them. As for top-notch demon Thearchs, they were even rarer and rarely seen. What's more, even a high-level Thear-cranked formidable martial artist would not be able to kill a middle-grade Thear-cranked formidable martial artist so easily. "Where are we going?" Duan Guchuan asked. "Aojian continent," Chunzong answered without hesitation. The proud sword continent had long been occupied by the Devil Clan army. The Devil Clan's entrenchment was even more serious than the previous Bright Sword continent. Now, his master, the Lord of Green Feather Mountain, had been cured of the demonic poison and had awakened. He had also benefited from the disaster, and his cultivation had improved greatly. His strength had increased greatly, and he had fulfilled one of Chunzong's wishes. Maniac had died in the Earth Demon Abyss, sacrificing himself for the greater good of the human race. Chernzong was already dead, and he died for the greater good of the human race. He had no choice but to let go of this grudge. Once he let go, his obsession disappeared and he felt refreshed. Now, Chernzong's third goal was to do his best to clean up the devil race and devil path forces on the Kanglan continent. This was a promise to Yi Qianqiu and also a promise to himself. Be careful. Duan Guchuan did not stop Chernzong. The current Chernzong was very strong, and his willpower was very strong. No one could stop him. Senior, goodbye. Chernzong stood up and flew into the sky, facing the sunlight that tore through the sky. There is hope for the human race, Azure Dragon Jindi said softly as he watched Chernzong fly away. There is hope, Duan Guchuan said with even more determination. If there was no hope for the human race, the heavens would be blind. Chernzong was very fast. He flew across the sky, and the sky gradually became clear. Devil Clan, Devil Path forces with one sword, I will kill all of you, Chernzong said to himself. His tone was very firm, as if he had made a great promise. It was also a kind of determination that could not be shaken even if the mountains collapsed. The moment his voice fell, Chernzong felt his mind become more and more determined. Inexplicably, it seemed that the world had changed a little. A faint buzzing sound was heard. Chernzong felt as if his soul had left his body and was standing at a high place, overlooking the world. His mind seemed to have merged with the world and was constantly expanding. Chernzong saw the high mountains surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a fairyland. Saw the gurgling water, flowing endlessly and moving forward. There were also fish waving their tails in the water, swimming freely, flexible, and unrestrained. Saw the forest thousands of miles away. The grass and trees were lush and green. Ferocious beasts appeared in the forest, and birds flew across the sky. He saw the swamp stretch on and countless bubbles pop. Wisps of green smoke rose, and the sour smell of the green smoke could be smelled. There was also a huge python in the swamp, and the stripes on its body made people dizzy. Saw the yellow sand thousands of miles away, exposed to the blazing sun, shining with dazzling golden light. The golden sand sprayed out like a spring, and a huge black shadow broke out of the sand. Its shell shone with dazzling black light under the scorching sun. Its huge pincers seemed to be able to cut everything, and its huge hooked tail seemed to be able to pierce everything. In the blink of an eye, Chernzong's mind seemed to have traveled all over the Kanglan continent. He saw the scenery of the entire continent and saw many creatures. The human race, the demon race, the devil race in the continents, the human race and the devil race were fighting for the sake of their race. Blood was shed for thousands of miles. The devil race was fierce and invaded the continent. The human race was determined to fight to the death and defend the continent. The war between the races was a matter of life and death. A human martial artist desperately tried to protect the city walls behind him, not allowing the demons to invade. But he was far too weak, so weak that he was unable to stop the demons' advance. He could only erupt with all his strength and rush forwards without fear of death, allowing the demon's saber to pierce through his body as he tightly held onto the demon with his arms. This hug gave his companion a chance to cut off the head of the demon with a slash of his saber. A life for a life. The mournful song of life, the sorrowful struggle. A kind of indescribable grief and emotion surged in Chernzong's mind. His mind seemed to be constantly expanding, beyond the Kanglan continent, to the sea, and to the islands. On the islands there were creatures living and thriving, singing and dancing in peace. There were also barren and no signs of human habitation. On the sea, huge sea beasts rushed out of the water and fell down with a splash of thousands of meters. The huge waves were earth-shattering, rushing in all directions. The sea was boiling like a tsunami. Infinitely high, infinitely vast. In the next breath, His mind rapidly contracted and disappeared into his body. Chen Zong felt that his out-of-body soul was pulled by a force and instantly disappeared into his body. The moment his soul returned to his body, an incomparably substantial feeling spread throughout his body, but there was also a kind of extreme lightness, as if he had lost all weight. Chen Zong was immersed in this wonderful feeling. Harmony. All of a sudden, Chen Zong's harmony with heaven and earth reached a whole new level. It felt like the 8th level of the earth demon abyss. With a thought, a gust of wind blew out of nowhere, sweeping across heaven and earth. Endless clouds flowed, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Chen Zong could not help but laugh. This feeling was really wonderful, as if one side of heaven and earth was under his control and he could do as he pleased. When he thought of the wind, the clouds gathered. This meant that he could control more power of heaven and earth, and when he used the sacred heart sword, the power would be more powerful. Chen Zong's excited mood gradually calmed down and he calmed down. He said his wish and made a promise to himself, but it allowed him to enter a state of near epiphany, instantly becoming one with the world. Chen Zong thought carefully and could be sure that he had entered the state of being one with the world. Moreover, it was an unprecedented state of being one with the world. His mind actually roamed the entire continent and spread to the sea, and there seemed to be a mighty force driving it. If he guessed correctly, that mighty force should belong to the power of the Kanglan world, or the heavenly Tao. The more he thought, the clearer his thoughts became, and the records of the various ancient books he had read in the past became clearer. If the world was compared to the body of an adult, then the invasion of the devil race was like the invasion of a virus. For some reason, the Kanglan world was unable to repel the devil race, and could only rely on the hands of the human race. Chen Zong had this ability and this great ambition, so he was favored by the Kanglan world and received its help. Otherwise, Chen Zong would have to put in a lot of effort to be more in line with the heavenly Tao of the Kanglan world and master more power of heaven and earth. Of course, all this was Chen Zong's own speculation. What the truth was, it was not clear. Chen Zong did not think much about it. In short, this was a good thing. His strength had increased in disguise, and he was more sure about annihilating the devil race and the forces of the devil path. With a thought, under the blessing of the power of heaven and earth, Chen Zong's speed increased, about twice as fast as before, and he flew forward. Soon, he crossed the border of Mingjian continent and entered Aojian continent. The sky of Aojian continent was dim, dark clouds were dense and low, as if they were about to fall, making people's hearts depressed and breathing difficult. Aojian continent was occupied by the devil race earlier, and the resistance forces in it were almost wiped out. Only 2 or 3 kittens were still stubbornly resisting, and they were not far from being eradicated. In short, the transformation of Aojian continent by the devil race was more thorough. But here, Chen Zong was not affected in the slightest. However, he could feel a kind of rejection from heaven and earth, rejecting the existence of the chaotic devil qi. This kind of rejection could only be felt by Chen Zong. The devil race and the devil path of Aojian continent, prepare to meet my sword. Chen Zong shouted. His voice was like the explosion of thunder, whistling along with the wind, constantly spreading, and spreading farther and farther. Chen Zong was announcing his arrival. Powerful strength, unparalleled self-confidence, no need to hide, no need to hide. Upright, open, and aboveboard, sweeping away a group of devil race thieves. The devil race army was entrenched in the former Aojian heavenly sect, which was the best geographical location of Aojian continent, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Chen Zong directly killed, without the slightest intention to hide his body, and rushed alone with his sword. Swinging the sword, the crashing sound of the waves was louder and louder, constantly sounding. That was the spirit qi of heaven and earth being brought up by the sword light, forming a wave of spirit qi, as if from the horizon, quickly spreading to the devil race's side. A touch of sword light rose and fell in the wave of spirit chi, like a ray of light, spreading from the farthest place, sweeping across the sky. Driven by the power of heaven and earth, that sword light not only did not weaken because of the distance, but also constantly strengthened, killing toward the devil race's camp. This sword was earth-shattering, and also made the experts of the devil race's camp shocked. One after another devil emperors attacked. Chapter 1156. A sword cut through the air. A sword cut through the air. The all-out attack of the 4 demon emperors was instantly torn apart, and all the defensive power on their bodies was also torn apart in an instant. With a grasp of his left hand, he directly refined 4 blood beads into his storage ring. When the sword rose, the wind moved, and when the sword fell, the clouds scattered. Facing the demon race, Chen Zong did not know what mercy was. Those who were not of the same race and harbored evil intentions, attempting to invade the continent that the human race relied on for survival, were mortal enemies and must die. In the Earth Demon Abyss, Chen Zong had killed countless demon race, and the killing intent on his body was shocking, causing the demon race to be terrified. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. The demon race was utterly defeated, and some demon race began to lose their will to flee, but most of the demon race still charged fearlessly. They would rather die than drag Chen Zong down with them, but they could not do it. Not long after, most of the demon race were killed by Chen Zong. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of purple cloud black star flame fell, and the fire turned into a prairie fire, burning the demon race corpses to ashes. This was not the Earth Demon Abyss, but the Kanglan continent, the land that the human race relied on for survival. If the demon race corpses were not disposed of and left here for a long time, they might breed some kind of poison, destroying the surrounding environment and causing bad consequences. The demon race in the Proud Sword continent was basically eliminated, and the chaotic demon chi seemed to have lost its dependence. Under the adjustment of the power of the Kanglan world, it began to weaken, fade, and disappear little by little. Perhaps it would not be long before this place saw the light of day again. Exhaling a long breath, Chen Zong's figure moved, and with an explosive speed, he flew to the next continent. In the world of mortals, the strength of a single person was insignificant. Even if one was talented and powerful, and could fight against 100 people, they could not resist the charge of an army. But in the world of cultivators, everything was possible. The difference between a powerful cultivator and a weak cultivator was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was like the difference between a god and a human. It was not a legend that a powerful cultivator could destroy an army by himself. In fact, it was not a legend that a powerful cultivator could destroy a country by himself. When one's strength was strong enough, it was enough to turn everything around. At this moment, Chen Zong, with the help of the heavens, was extremely powerful. Low-level demon emperors, kill. Middle-class demon emperor, kill. High-level demon emperors, kill. One had to know that there weren't many high-level demon emperors who entered the Kanglan continent. There were only a few of them, and they were all killed by Chen Zong in an instant. This caused a huge sensation, especially to the demon race. Panic at the slightest sound. All the devil race knew that an extremely powerful expert had appeared in the human race. With a single sword, he was killing devil race experts everywhere. He had already cleared out the devil emperors and devil race armies in several continents. They entered another continent. The human army was fighting the demon army. 1,000 giant demonic slaves that were over 100 meters tall waved their huge clubs and danced crazily, stirring up waves of violent wind. They were simply invincible. Wherever they passed, a vacuum was cleared. No one could match them. Every giant devil slave had the terrifying strength of the late stage of the Sky Profound realm. 1,000 of them could completely control the battlefield. At this time, a beam of sword light pierced through the sky, piercing through a giant devil slave. That sword light suddenly exploded, like thousands of raindrops falling from the sky, densely packed, shattering the vacuum. Not long after, under the shocked gaze of the human race and devil race, 1,000 giant devil slaves cried out in grief. Their bodies were riddled with holes, and they staggered and fell to the ground. Boom! 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 The huge bodies of the giant devil slaves fell heavily on the ground, causing the ground to shake. A terrifying wave of earth, tens of meters high, spread out, and directly divided the battlefield into two. Devil race, give me your life. A desolate voice, containing the sound of metal clashing, covered the sky and earth. The human race and devil race raised their heads to look at the sky. It was as if a white wave was surging, bringing with it the power of heaven and earth. Taking a closer look, the white wave was composed of wisps of cloud chi, and the cloud chi emitted a shocking sharpness, like a sharp sword. "What is that?" a devil race asked in a daze. "Human Jiendi," the other devil race screamed. "Kill!" The devil race's devil emperor's killing intent filled the sky. Immediately after, the sword emperor of the human race swung his sword, and golden flames scattered across the void. The white sword chi behind him covered the sky and shot towards the demon race's army like tens of thousands of swords paying homage to their ancestors, toppling mountains and overturning seas. After one sword strike, the devil emperor was dead, and the thousands of devil race soldiers were all dead. The devil race was utterly defeated, and the human race pursued. Kill. The battle was over, and Chunzong didn't stay for long. He flew away, leaving behind an eternal shadow, forever imprinted in the hearts of the human race warriors. Jiendi. Human Jiendi. Demon Slayer Jiendi. Demon Slayer Jiendi. In the end, it was defined as the Supreme Jiendi. Supreme Jiendi. Unparalleled contributions and supreme strength. That was why they were called supreme. In a restaurant, Chunzong, who was sitting by the window, was drinking fine wine while listening to the conversations of the people in the restaurant. Immediately, he revealed a smile. Supreme Jiendi. He muttered so softly that only he could hear it. Chunzong couldn't describe how he felt about this title. It was a special honor, an unparalleled honor. Of course, he wasn't a thear-cranked martial artist yet, so he couldn't be called a Jiendi. It was only because he had the strength of a thear-cranked martial artist that he was called a Jiendi. However, the two words, supreme, were too noble. Chunzong felt that he couldn't bear this title. However, while he felt that he couldn't, others felt that he could. This was not Chunzong's way of defending himself. Chunzong went around killing demon race experts and clearing the continents of demon race experts and armies, but he did not spend all his time and energy on this. Sometimes he would stop and rest for a while. He would look at the scenery or enjoy good food and wine. Life shouldn't only be about cultivation and killing. Appropriate relaxation and enjoyment would become a kind of adjustment, allowing one to relax and enter into cultivation in a better state. One continent after another was cleared by the Supreme Jiendi. To the human race, this was extremely good news. It greatly boosted the morale of the human race, allowing them to explode with more strength than usual and defeat the devil race and demonic Tao forces. On the other hand, the devil race and demonic Tao forces started to shrink. All of this was because of the existence of the Supreme Jiendi. Its powerful strength deterred the devil race. The demon-suppressing fortress was still the devil race's base camp. A group of devil-arch formidable martial artists gathered here. In the main hall of the fortress there were two huge throne-like chairs. On each of the chairs sat a figure. One of them was the heavenly demon general from the 9th floor of the earth demon abyss. He was a powerful top devil emperor. His whole body was covered in pitch-black armor, overbearing and awe-inspiring. The other was a middle-aged man. He seemed to be a human, but in fact, He wasn't. He was a mixed-blood half-devil. He looked ordinary and wore a black robe. The robe had golden patterns on it. It looked very complicated, like the stars in the sky. It was unique and mysterious. A faintly discernible majesty flashed on this ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was in a high position, like the monarch of a country. Under orders, he wielded the power of life and death. This person was the lord of the ancient demon hall, the strongest force of the demonic Tao, ancient demon lord. He was also a top devil emperor. It was precisely because ancient demon lord was a top devil emperor that his strength was extremely strong. In addition, he had extraordinary means. More than 1,000 years ago, the human sage-level powerhouse couldn't kill him and could only suppress him. Of course, it was also because the human sage-level powerhouse from more than 1,000 years ago was not a real sage-level powerhouse, but a forced sage-level powerhouse. He only had strength but didn't have the corresponding realm. He couldn't display the full strength of a sage-level powerhouse. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill ancient demon lord. In addition to the heavenly demon general and ancient demon lord, there were many other devil emperors. The heavenly demon general had brought 9 devil emperor-level bodyguards from the 9th floor of the earth demon abyss. There were 3 devil emperors from the original demon-suppressing fortress, and 13 devil banners devil emperors under ancient demon lord. There were a total of 27 devil emperors. A terrifying aura pervaded from their bodies, filling the hall. Time and space seemed to be frozen. The human Jiendi is too arrogant. He must be obliterated. The heavenly demon general said angrily. He thought of the human powerhouse who came out of the space channel. His strength was very strong, at the level of a top devil emperor. Could it be this person? Ancient demon lord's face was gloomy. Originally, the ancient demon hall had made a comeback. The demonic Tao was large and had already conquered several continents. According to the situation, it was not impossible to occupy the Kanglan continent and let the demonic Tao sweep the world. The great wish of 1,000 years ago was about to be realized. Unexpectedly, there was a tyrannical Jiendi among the human race, who specialized in hunting down the devil race and the demonic Tao. Wherever he went, the devil race and the demonic Tao were annihilated. Their forces were routed and suffered heavy losses. The human race's morale was greatly boosted and their resistance became stronger. All kinds of situations were very unfavorable for the devil race and the demonic Tao. There was only one way to solve this situation, and that was to kill the human Jiendi. As long as the human Jiendi died, the problem could be fundamentally solved, and the morale of the human race would be greatly reduced. At that time, all the resistance of the human race could be defeated in one fell swoop, and it would be easier to occupy the Kanglan continent than before. Everything has its drawbacks, but also its advantages. Ancient demon lord secretly thought, different from the heavenly demon general's thoughts. Subordinate has an idea. Ancient demon lord's subordinate, the Enma flag demon emperor, suddenly opened his mouth. After receiving ancient demon lord's affirmation, he continued, invite the human Jiendi to a battle of life and death. Good, immediately release the news, I want to fight the human Jiendi to the death. The heavenly demon general immediately said, his eyes shooting out a strong demonic light. Ancient demon lord did not object, but agreed. Invitation to a battle. If the battle was accepted, the devil race and the demonic Tao could join forces and set up an ambush. At that time, the human race would be blasted into dregs. If the battle was not accepted, it would be a blow to the morale of the human race. Therefore, whether the battle was accepted or not, it was disadvantageous to the human race. On the contrary, it was advantageous to the devil race and the demonic Tao. As for the location of the decisive battle, it needed to be carefully considered. In the end, the location of the decisive battle was chosen at Tianmen Mountain. The news was immediately disseminated by the experts of the Devil Clan. It swept across the human clan like a storm. It spread to the human clan from all directions. One person spread to 10, and then to 100, and then to 10,000. Chapter 1157. Upstairs in Beyond the Heavens Sect, When Will the Storm End? Beyond the Heavens Sect was a very famous restaurant in the Kanglan continent. Although it was called a restaurant, it was also a place where information gathered. Beyond the Heavens Sect had 33 floors. Regardless of whether it was a prosperous or a chaotic era, it was always full. However, the higher the floor, the more powerful the guests were. It was said that the last 3 floors of Beyond the Heavens Sect could only be entered by thear-cranked martial artists. There was also a rumor that the owner of Beyond the Heavens Sect was a very powerful Tharch. However, very few people had seen it, and so no one could confirm it. At this moment, the first 30 floors of Beyond the Heavens Sect were packed with people. On the 33rd floor, there were a few figures sitting on the floor with different postures. Some were free, some were wild, and some were graceful. There were a total of 4 people, and each of them had a strong aura that could shake the wind and clouds. Thear-cranked martial artists. 4 thear-cranked martial artists. Among the 4 people, a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression was meditating with his eyes closed, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. A burly man bared his chest, his hair curling like wild grass. He was holding a roasted beast leg that was charred on the outside and tender on the inside with one hand and a 5-kilogram jar of wine in the other. He was eating happily with big mouthfuls of beast leg meat and wine. An elder was holding a carving knife in one hand and a piece of golden silk blood sinking wood in the other. He was concentrating on carving. A beautiful middle-aged woman was holding her chin with one hand. Her eyes were blank, and no one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in from the open window, causing the curtains in the building to rustle. The 4 thear-cranked martial artists shook and quickly stood up, their expressions serious. Accompanied by the strong wind, a figure appeared in the building without anyone noticing. He was dressed in a green robe and stood tall. His robe and long hair fluttered as if he was about to leave with the wind. "Light Wind Tharch, you are finally here." The burly man's voice was as deep as a bell, but there was a hint of respect in his tone. The Light Wind Tharch nodded. He was the owner of Beyond the Heavens Sect. "When do we move?" the calm middle-aged man asked softly. "Now," the Light Wind Tharch said. "Let's go." The elder kept his carving knife and wood, and was even more direct. The 5 thearchs were all independent thearchs. They were one of the very few independent thearchs on the Kanglan continent and were the only remaining independent thearch. "Let us do what we can for the sake of humanity and the supreme Gyendi." The middle-aged woman's soft voice was filled with determination. These 5 thear-cranked itinerant martial artists had heard about the demon race's battle with the human race's supreme Gyendi and had wanted to rush over to help. This was because they all felt that the demon race's battle wasn't as simple as it seemed. With the Light Wind Tharch, a middle-grade thear-cranked formidable martial artist, as the leader, the 4 low-grade thear-cranked formidable martial artists swiftly left the Beyond the Heavens Sect and flew towards the Heavenly Gate Mountain. Tianmen Mountain was located at the junction of 2 continents. Of these 2 continents, one was owned by the human race, while the other was occupied by the demonic Tao. He chose Heavenly Gate Mountain as the location of the final battle because he was worried that the supreme Gyendi of the human race would not come. To the demon race, the best location for the final battle was undoubtedly the demon-suppressing fortress. That was the demon race's current headquarters. However, if they chose the demon-suppressing fortress as the location of the final battle, the supreme Gyendi of the human race would probably not agree. Even if he didn't agree, it wouldn't affect the human race's morale much. Martial artists didn't cultivate recklessly, they also had to have wisdom. Tianmen Mountain was a place that was neither on the side of the righteous path nor on the side of the demonic path. It was the most suitable place to be in the middle. When the demon race released the news, they also made preparations and set up an ambush at Heavenly Gate Mountain. On the surface, this battle was a battle of life and death between the heavenly demon generals and the supreme Jiendi of the human race. However, there was a hidden undercurrent that concerned the survival of the entire race. Restaurants and places were all discussing this matter. I think the supreme Jiendi shouldn't agree to the demon race's battle. This must be the demon race's scheme. That may be the case, but if he doesn't agree, I think the supreme Jiendi will definitely agree. No matter what the scheme is, he will destroy it all with a single sword strike. Chernzong silently drank his wine and listened. The supreme Jiendi's appearance had killed a large number of demon race soldiers, defeated many demon race armies, and even destroyed many demonic Dao forces. For a time, it had won the support of countless martial artists and many fanatical worshippers. In the eyes of these fanatical worshippers, the supreme Jiendi was invincible. Even if the demon race had a scheme, they couldn't do anything to the supreme Jiendi. They would all be destroyed by the supreme Jiendi's sword. Heavenly demon generals, Chernzong muttered, and a figure flashed through his mind. The demon race should know how strong he was. Since they proposed a battle of life and death, they should be very confident. Then, the person who wanted to fight with him must be at least a peak demon emperor. According to Chernzong's knowledge, there was only one peak demon emperor on the Kanglan continent, and that was the demon race who had arrived on the surface with him through the spatial passage not long ago. A battle of life and death? Then let's fight. A light flashed through his eyes. As the fanatical worshippers said, the supreme Jiendi was fearless. Any scheme could be destroyed with a sword. The supreme Jiendi has accepted the challenge. As expected, the supreme Jiendi is fearless. The human race side was jubilant. The supreme Jiendi was the human race's spiritual pillar of hope. Since he accepted the challenge, Chernzong didn't continue to leisurely eat and drink, because the day of the battle of life and death was very close. There was at least one peak demon emperor, and there were other demon emperor powerhouses. Although Chernzong was very confident in himself, he couldn't underestimate the other party. In this battle, he must win and win beautifully. Not only did he have to kill the heavenly demon generals on the spot, but he also had to crack the demon race's scheme. It would be best if he could wipe out the demon race in one fell swoop and solve the problem to the greatest extent. As long as he could do this, then the demon race and the demonic Dao forces would be completely eliminated. He cultivated, adjusted his state, and allowed himself to reach the peak to welcome this crucial battle. On the demon race's side, at Tianmen Mountain, chaotic demon qi surged continuously. In the sky above the mountain, white clouds were dyed black. This place was rapidly being transformed into an environment suitable for the demon race. In a battle between powerhouses, in addition to one's own strength, external factors were also very important. What kind of environment was best for one to display one's strength? Like a fish in water? Like an eagle soaring in the sky? There were very few powerhouses who could truly ignore the environment and display their full strength, transforming the environment to be more suitable for the demon race to display their strength. In addition, the demon emperors also used the environment to hide themselves, waiting for the best opportunity to strike and kill the supreme Jiendi. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, the time for the battle had arrived. Human emperors rushed to Tianmen Mountain from afar. Once they sensed the environment of Tianmen Mountain, their expressions changed drastically. Despicable and shameless demon race. Transforming the environment here to be more suitable for the demon race and not for us humans. The demon race's scheme definitely does not stop here. They must have other schemes. The group of human emperors' eyes were sharp as they scanned carefully. However, they could only see the demon race's army and the human race's army guarding the surroundings. They did not see any traces of demon emperors hiding. It was not that there were no traces, it was that they could not find them. This was because the demon race and the demon Dao's formidable martial artists had worked together to set up an intricate trap. From afar, one could not see them at all. No matter what the demon race's scheme is, we are all here. Once the demon race makes any moves, we will immediately strike. Soon, the group of human emperors had finished their discussion. At this moment, everyone was united. No matter if they had dark or righteous personalities, no matter if there were any conflicts or grudges between them, they put everything aside for the sake of the Supreme Jiandi and the human race. The standoff at Tianmen Mountain was getting more and more serious. The aura was desolate, making everyone feel suppressed. On the human side, there were 28 Emperor Realm formidable martial artists. The strongest were 3 high-level Emperor Realm formidable martial artists, 10 middle-level Emperor Realm formidable martial artists, and 15 low-level Emperor Realm formidable martial artists. They seemed very strong. Thousands of human Heaven Mystic Realm formidable martial artists also formed an army and stood guard quietly. On the other side, which was facing the human army, was an army of tens of thousands of demon race soldiers. Their auras were frightening. Many people knew that if the demon race had a scheme, these Emperor Realm formidable martial artists and thousands of Heaven Mystic Realm formidable martial artists might not be able to return. However, they did not hesitate. There was a loud boom. It was as if a black thunderbolt had torn open the sky, splitting heaven and earth apart. Demonic aura filled the sky. A thick and heavy dark cloud flew over from the distant horizon at an alarming speed. It was mighty and powerful, moving mountains and overturning seas. Shocking demonic aura surged along with it. Demonic aura filled the sky at the same time. It was cold and domineering, causing the group of human Emperor Realm formidable martial artists to shudder. Top-notch demon emperors. The 3 high-level human Emperor Realm formidable martial artists' expressions were very serious. Although they had already guessed it, when the truth came out, they could not help but feel shocked. Did the human race have any top-notch Emperor Realm formidable martial artists? There were, but there were very few of them. Furthermore, no one knew where they were. Ever since the demon race had invaded the Kanglan continent, no top-notch Emperor Realm formidable martial artist had appeared. Don't worry. The Supreme Jiandi is definitely a top-notch Emperor Realm formidable martial artist, a high-level Emperor Realm formidable martial artist said. The reason why Chernzong was called the Supreme Jiandi was not only because he had killed a large number of demon race and demon emperors, but also because he was a top-notch Emperor Realm formidable martial artist. Supreme. Supremely supreme. Top-notch Emperor Realm formidable martial artists were the strongest among the Emperor Realm formidable martial artists. Above the top-notch Emperor Realm was the Half-Saint, a level that was almost impossible to appear. A loud boom reverberated in the sky. The dark cloud swept over, and a figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The figure was tall and big. He was dressed in pitch-black battle armor, which made him look even more ferocious and domineering. He looked like a demon god standing between heaven and earth. His dark and deep eyes were burning with demonic flames that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if he could burn everything. Heaven Demon General. The moment the Heaven Demon General appeared, his eyes, which were burning with demonic flames, immediately swept across the crowd. They were shockingly cold and domineering. It was as if he was looking down on heaven and earth. He did not take the group of human formidable martial artists seriously. In his eyes, they were just a bunch of ants that he could kill easily. He did not even take the human Emperor Realm formidable martial artists seriously. Besides the difference in strength, there was also the difference in life. In the Heaven Demon General's eyes, the demon race was a race that was more noble than the human race. This was because the demon race was born stronger than the human race. Chapter 1158. The heavenly demon general's arrogant voice reverberated in the air, infuriating the human experts. Don't be so arrogant, our human race's supreme Giendi is on its way. A middle-class titled emperor couldn't help but roar. Ants! The heavenly demon general's disdainful gaze swept across the crowd. The word he spat out was filled with contempt, infuriating the crowd. However, the human titled emperors knew that they weren't a match for the heavenly demon general in a one-on-one battle, so they could only endure. The atmosphere was bleak, and even the wind seemed to have stopped. Time and space seemed to have frozen. Time passed slowly. From morning to noon, the human race's supreme Giendi still hadn't appeared. More and more human experts rushed over from afar to watch the battle. What supreme Giendi? It's so scared of the heavenly demon general that it doesn't even dare to show its face. It must be scared. Who knows where it went to hide? The demons discussed and mocked the human race's supreme Giendi. Cowardly tortoise, rat, etc. The humans who understood the demon's language were infuriated. Gradually, noon passed, and the human race's supreme Giendi still hadn't appeared. Even the humans' morale began to waver, thinking that the supreme Giendi was afraid of the battle and didn't dare to come. If that was the case, it would be a huge blow to their morale. Don't panic, we have to believe in the supreme Giendi. A high-class titled emperor saw that something was amiss and immediately roared into everyone's ears. Actually, he wasn't sure if the supreme Giendi would come, but given the current situation, this was the only way to stabilize the morale of the army. If the supreme Giendi really didn't come, then they would erupt with all their strength and fight the demons to the death. Even if they died, they would kill as many demons as they could. He would fight to rise from the brink of death. Ever since the heavenly demon general appeared, he had been standing in the void without moving. Tyrannical demonic aura continued to emanate from his body, filling the surroundings. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be thicker and denser, and the chaotic demonic chi became denser and purer. As the sun rose, the sky was dyed red. It was a beautiful sight, like blood and fire burning the clouds. The demons clamored even louder, while the humans' morale was shaken even more. The expressions of the group of martial emperors gradually turned ugly. The sun had already set, but the supreme Giendi still hadn't appeared. Could it be that it was afraid of this battle? Disappointment bloomed in the hearts of the human clan warriors. It grew like wild grass, gradually expanding. When disappointment filled one's heart, it would turn into despair. At that time, nothing could be salvaged. The heavenly demon general could also sense the change in the atmosphere on the human side, and he couldn't help but sneer. It would be great if the supreme Giendi of the human race came, but it would be even better if he didn't. By then, the morale of the human army would be low, and the morale of the human army would be shaken. It would be the best time to wipe them out. Once all the human cultivators here were killed, it would definitely be a blow. At the same time, it would also greatly weaken the defensive power of the human side. It would be more advantageous for them to continue invading the Kanglan continent. Gradually, the setting sun sank into the mountains, and a trace of darkness quietly spread from the eastern horizon. Like the setting sun, the hearts of the human race cultivators gradually sank. The sun set in the west and the night spread. The human race, the supreme Giendi, is just a joke. A martial emperor of the demon race laughed wantonly. The humans didn't refute because they were powerless. The last ray of sunlight disappeared into the western horizon, and night fell. The hearts of the human race cultivators also sank. Traces of despair began to grow, and were about to spread. It seems that the so-called supreme Giendi of the human race is afraid of this battle. The heavenly demon general didn't insult or berate them. He just said a simple sentence, but it was as if he was going to plunge them into a bottomless abyss, beyond redemption. Buzz. The melodious sound of a sword suddenly rang out, as if it came from the heavens. It seemed to come from the sky, but it also seemed to burst out from everyone's heart. Immediately after, an extremely dazzling light streaked across the sky like a meteor, tearing through the darkness and rapidly approaching. That incomparably dazzling light, like a bolt of lightning that cut through heaven and earth, and like the first rays of dawn at the beginning of the world, rapidly approached with extreme sharpness. What a powerful sword she! It's the supreme Jiendi, it must be the supreme Jiendi. It was like a ray of light in the night, like a sweet spring in the midst of a drought. It was called hope, and it grew from the deepest part of one's heart, tearing apart despair and shattering disappointment. The mighty sword light tore through the night, sweeping through heaven and earth. The heavenly demon general's face was slightly solemn. The sharpness made his heart palpitate, and it was very terrifying. The morale of the human race was greatly boosted. The supreme Jiendi had arrived. Although it was a little late, it still came, which meant that it was not afraid of this battle, but was just delayed. The sword light swept through heaven and earth, and appeared in the sky above Sky Gate Mountain, facing the heavenly demon general of the demon race. "I'm sorry, everyone, I overdid my cultivation and was delayed." Chen Zong's voice was like a warm wind blowing past, dispelling the chill of the night, and making everyone feel comfortable. Chen Zong didn't lie. It was indeed because he overdid his cultivation. It just so happened that he had some new insights and was immersed in them. Otherwise, he would have arrived long ago. "It's okay, as long as I can make it. It doesn't matter how late I am. Lord Jiendi, you must defeat this demon and thwart its conspiracy." The human race was full of hope, and they all roared in support of Chen Zong. This was the feeling of being trusted and supported by everyone. For a moment, Chen Zong only felt that he was full of fighting spirit, and his spirit seemed to have surpassed the limit because of this. "Demon, I'm here, fight." Staring at the heavenly demon general, Chen Zong's words were short and powerful. Every word seemed to contain the supreme sword chi, and the sound of swords clanging shook heaven and earth. The heavenly demon general was secretly shocked, and he couldn't help but be more vigilant. This human was indeed the one who broke out of the earth demon abyss through the space passage last time, and he felt that he was a little stronger than before. However, no matter how strong he was not afraid. With a cold snort, the heavenly demon general shook his arms, and his powerful body shook as well. An astonishing aura exploded, rushing in all directions. It was as if a huge rock had fallen into a lake, stirring up wild wave. Whistling sounds were heard, and the demonic might was shocking. "Human, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The heavenly demon general snorted angrily, and his terrifying aura skyrocketed again. Astonishing black flames emerged from his body and surrounded him, burning fiercely. A demonic shadow also appeared on the heavenly demon general's body, and the demonic power was even stronger. Immediately, the heavenly demon general pointed a finger, and a black light shot out from his fingertip like lightning. Heavenly demon cloud-piercing finger. A finger pierced the clouds, and the demonic power was vast and unstoppable. Golden flames bloomed, and that was the light of the red flame sword, tearing the sky. The sword shattered the heavenly demon cloud-piercing finger, and thousands of sword shadows stacked on top of each other, and in an instant, condensed into a majestic sword light, as if it could shatter heaven and earth, and crush toward the heavenly demon general with astonishing power. The heavenly demon general grabbed with one hand, and black light swallowed and spat out. The demonic saber appeared, and astonishing demonic power wantonly spread from the demonic saber, covering heaven and earth. This saber had amazing power, and it had reached the level of a supreme-grade demonic weapon. With the saber in hand, the heavenly demon general's strength increased greatly. The black saber light split the sky, shattering everything. Under the terrifying saber light, there seemed to be thousands of demonic shadows surrounding and devouring heaven and earth, making the human powerhouses tremble. The saber light and sword shadows surged in the sky. Every saber light and sword light had amazing power, and when they spread out, they covered a radius of 10,000 meters, as if it was a desolate area, shattering everything. Chern Zong and the heavenly demon general closed in on each other and fought fiercely. Chern Zong was good at close combat, and so was the heavenly demon general. They both showed what they had learned. Heavenly demon slash. A saber was raised and a saber was slashed down. As the sabers rose and fell, the dark clouds on Tianmen Mountain surged violently, as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Heart-steadying sword. Chern Zong murmured as he raised his sword and slashed directly at Zhongzheng. In the blink of an eye, the surging dark clouds seemed to be stopped by an invisible force. Countless white clouds gathered from all directions and surged towards the dark clouds like thousands of waves. The white clouds and the dark clouds collided with each other, and an amazing power burst forth, causing the sky to shake. Chern Zong's eyes were white as if they contained the sea of clouds and waves, and they had infinite power. At this moment, the will of the Kanglan world seemed to be attached to Chern Zong. The second sword was slashed out, and it was still the heart-steadying sword. The terrifying sword light shattered the vacuum, and the heavenly demon general was pushed back. Good! The humans were all very excited. The Supreme Jiandi was indeed the Supreme Jiandi. Its power was really strong. Any sword aura could destroy mountains and mountains, and it was indestructible. Don't be happy too early. The demon race must have other plans. A high-level Thear-cranked martial artist was also happy, but he frowned. The situation seemed good, but it was not optimistic. One sword after another, Chern Zong felt satisfied. This feeling of being able to use his sword as he wished, and the power of heaven and earth surged with him, made Chern Zong feel very wonderful. Chern Zong felt satisfied, but the heavenly demon general did not feel good. At first, he could still show his power. However, under the opponent's sword after sword, he kept being pushed back. This feeling was very sullen. How can this human be so strong? The heavenly demon general was secretly shocked and angry. He used all his strength to resist. However, no matter how much strength the heavenly demon general used, or how he used his saber skills, he could not turn the tables. The rhythm was completely controlled by Chern Zong. Sword after sword, he kept slashing. Kill, kill, kill. The heavenly demon general felt his saber-wielding palm gradually turn numb, and his blood was surging. Retreat, retreat, retreat. One sword slashed the peak of the Heavenly Gate Mountain, creating a platform. After the heavenly demon general was pushed back to the Heavenly Gate Mountain, his face was serious and gloomy. Heavenly demon dispersing saber. The heavenly demon general's eyes turned pitch black, and it turned into a raging fire that engulfed his entire body. It then flowed into the demonic saber, and the saber light shot out, piercing through the sky. A huge demonic shadow suddenly appeared behind the heavenly demon general. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, forming a huge demonic saber that slashed down. It was like a star collapsing, like a supernova exploding. Heaven and earth split, and mountains and rivers were destroyed. As the saber slashed down, the sky turned dark. It was as if darkness had descended, and the end of the world had come. Chern Zong's expression changed slightly. Under this saber, he actually felt like he was being destroyed. Its power had reached the highest level of a peak stage demon large. It was very scary. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.